Hello, everyone, and welcome to Casual Rage 80. We're 80 shows in. Can you fucking believe that? But welcome, everyone, to Casual Rage, where we usually casually rage out about the topics of the week. But this week, we've got a very special event on, and I can tell everyone in the chat's going to be like, where's all the guests? There's a few still coming. But today, we are going to be talking about Obi-Wan Kenobi, the novel, and going through the real version of Obi-Wan Kenobi in my eyes, and I'm sure in these two people's eyes as well. Well, which way am I pointing? But yes, welcome. Unfortunately, we won't have Ryan tonight. He's got a very legitimate personal situation that he's just trying to take care of, so we'll let him do his thing, and yeah, unfortunately, he won't be here. It's a little bit annoying because, like, I set this thing up, I don't know, probably about a month and a half ago. I reached out to everybody. And I'm like, okay, everybody's really busy, so I'm just going to get out there now. And we're only a couple of weeks away from Kenobi coming. So I'll get everybody on board now. Got everybody on board, and then circumstances and things just happen the way they happen. So unfortunately, guys, we are going to be missing Ryan tonight. But Anna will be here shortly as well, just to let everybody know. She won't be here for very long. She did have the Jack show. It was always the plan that she was only going to be here for an hour max. I don't even think she's going to be able to do that because she's actually hosting tonight, and that was her circumstance that just went haywire. But other than that, we do have OG Star Wars. We've got Laura in the house. How you doing?
I am doing great. How are you?
Yeah, very well, very well.
Awesome.
I know you've been excited for this.
Oh, yes, I have been. The Kenobi novel, Kenobi in general, the story, that also leads into The Last of the Jedi. Wonderful storytelling right there with Kenobi and stuff. And I recommend this to everyone who was curious about what the intention was with the original Lucasfilm when it came to Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah.
Past Return of the Jedi. Yeah.
Absolutely. And, like, it's very, like, it's like immediately after sort of the events of Revenge of the Sith. So it's very, you know, it's much closer to the events, of course, of Mustafar and everything that happens there. But we will be getting into all of that, of course. But welcome.
Thank you.
OG. And, of course, we have Matt Wilkins in the house. How you doing, Matt?
Hey, man, I'm super happy to be here. Thanks for having me on. I just want to let everyone know I'm setting up my new website. It's winadatewithryno.com. I haven't bought the domain yet, but when I get it up, it's going to be super popular and everyone's going to love it. And I promise you, this is no trick. You can win a date with Ryno. Stay tuned in the chat, single ladies. Tell your friends.
Will they be meeting him at the cafe, like a coffee house or something?
No. We can't double date.
What if they're at the cafe house? Like, I'm in Australia, man. You gotta set this thing up, and you're gonna have to fly people over from America.
Oh, they will pay for those tickets, sir. They will pay for those.
I'm flying, not running.
Look out.
But yes, welcome, Matt. Welcome.
Thank you.
I know you've been sort of excited for this as well. Like, I haven't done any book reviews before, but I know you've been doing a lot of them, and yeah.
Yeah, no, and I just recently read and reviewed this myself on my own channel, so it's fresh in my mind. Nice, good reread. I can't wait to talk about. I mean, I remember talking to Greg Tuscan Bob about it earlier, and we were just raving about how much we loved it. Like almost as much as, you know, life itself. We loved it so much. I mean, and guys, if you don't know, Tuscan Bob is just a great guy, and I respect his opinion and everything. When he tells me something is the best thing he has ever read, I was like, whoa, man. I mean, he's put it up there like with the Bible. I'm like, whoa, I don't know about that. But it's a pretty solid read, and I can't wait to give some of the talking points that me and Tuscan Bob had.
That's so funny. So funny. Now I actually have to tell people what the situation is and why that is so funny. Greg started reading the book. And he wants me to play his review.
Yeah, I was going to say that too, is play the review. Yeah, I was going to say play the review.
Shame on you, Greg, for making it unlisted.
It's funny. It's funny because in a way it's true. I do believe what he's saying to be true, but it's a slow burn. That's the thing, and it sort of builds
Yeah.
up to this epic moment at the end. But his whole thing with it was like he started reading it possibly in preparation for coming on for this, but after he started, I think he got like a chapter in or 2 chapters in, he's like, no, he was out. Let me find it.
I haven't seen the review because it was unlisted. Ryno just told me about it earlier, and it may sound like, Greg, that you have the same thoughts as one of my friends, because I suggested it to him and he thought it was bad.
Oh,
maybe for some of the same reasons you're saying, though I disagree with those. But I mean, I can't say that your opinion is wrong. I mean, we're just talking about opinions of a book. So,
all right,
I think he felt very similar.
Now, I do want to say that this is definitely his opinion of the book. It is certainly not my opinion of the book, but this is very, very funny. If anyone's actually read it, you'll understand exactly why this is funny. Share my screen. All right, Greg, you got your wish. And then we'll say hello to the chat. Here you go.
A Kenobi Novel Review by Tuscan Bob. It was an unusually warm and humid day, I thought, as I arrived back home after running several errands. The first of the season that was slow to arrive this year. It wasn't the kind of day one spends listening to an audiobook, but I committed to continuing the story that I'd begun listening to on the car ride home. Thankfully, I returned to find my home unaffected by the day's heat. I kicked off my shoes and laid down on my back, arms comfortably folded behind my head, as my ceiling fan whirled above me, providing a gentle breeze. Where were we? Ah, yes. Some colonists had just successfully fended off a Tuscan raider attack and were headed back to a place called the Oasis. I closed my eyes and listened to the book describe the various characters inhabiting the Oasis. I try to remember the names of all the characters that are being introduced, but I begin to ask myself why. None of them seem to be particularly interesting or important. None appear to have any connection to the main character of Obi-Wan Kenobi so far. I tried to stay focused, but my eyes were now open and wandering around the room. On my dresser, I noticed a large container of blue gel-capsuled painkillers that had barely been used. I wondered who it was that started the company that produced those pills. What was his story? What were his children interested in? It seemed to me about as relevant to the story as Kenobi as what I was listening to. The phone played on, but I had hardly noticed. My focus was on the pills. They beckoned for me as if they had a will of their own and a desire to ease my suffering. I reached for them. I knew that if I consumed enough of them, my pain would be gone as quickly as a snoodle fart during a bedoozle floggle storm. The sharp sound of a notification snapped me out of my trance. I picked up my phone to see what it was. The Knights of Melvin was going to be starting a live stream in 30 minutes. I sat up, shaking my head, not quite believing the dark path this novel had set me on. I was nearly bored to death. This has been a Tuscan Bob audiobook review of Kenobi by John Jackson Miller. Review narrated by Tuscan Bob. Audiobook narrated by Jonathan Davis. Thank you for listening.
Oh, there you go. If you don't understand, Tuscan Bob's point is that it's too descriptive. It goes into too much description of pointless things, and he really didn't like it. But that being said, let's quickly say hello to the chat, as we usually do. Let me just scroll back up to the top. Gee, there's a few of you here today. Thank you, everyone, for coming by. I noticed that there was a few people out there that had started reading the book and trying to get through it before the stream. And of course, there's Salshade saying that he's hoping to finish. And of course, we've got Neo Valentine as well saying on chapter 45 of 47. So really close, but good to see you all here. This is one of those books that if I'm sort of in a in-between sort of books that I don't really know what I want to move on to, I might just go back and listen to it. It's one of those, I don't know how many times I've listened to it. It would be at least 10, I reckon now. But yeah. Really good. Tillium's in the house. GB Luke, it is a sweet panel. It is a sweet panel right now. It could have been a little bit sweeter, but yes, we'll do with the people that we've got here. All right, that sounded really bad. Dan Blackroyd's in the house. I'm just going to keep going through. Melissa Lord's here. Holocron's in the chat. Tuscan Bob, of course, is here. Melissa Lord's here. And we've also got E. Clay Thomason. We've got Trey Courtney's here. The usual suspects. The Sentinel's in the chat. Scrolling. Is there anyone I've missed? Bahamut Zero? I think that's how you say that. Welcome. Crazy Mads here. Sean's also here. Welcome, Sean. Timon's in the chat. Welcome, Timon. Subhuman. Man, heaps of you. Stunning and Brave Megatron. Riff Magos. Welcome. Optic Racer. Steven. Soul Assassin. Far out. Heaps. Thank you, everyone. Welcome. Sorry, that took me fucking a while because there's so much going on in the chat.
So popular.
No,
Yes.
There's only 21 people here. It's a small little group. This is my little corner of the internet. But welcome, everyone. All right, let's start off with just our general thoughts on the Kenobi book, the Kenobi novel. So just a bit of an overview. I'll go last. What do you think, OG?
All right. So this, I really thought it was a good book to describe like how Obi-Wan has to transition from being a Jedi to being an ordinary common man and hide in plain sight and protect Luke. And I think this was well written and well planned out, and seeing how he has the struggles with responding as a Jedi and helping versus, like I said, being a common man. I just like how the whole book is set up, where it gives him those push and pulls with that, on top of trying to protect Luke and making sure the Lars are, being protected and stuff, and gives us also, Tuscan history goes more into that. So overall, I really thought this book was well written, and I do visit a lot too as well. It's one of my go-to whenever I'm cleaning around the house. I'll play the audiobook of it and stuff, and so I really like the approach of it.
Cool.
Yeah.
What about you, Matt?
Yeah, I'll say this. It is a Star Wars Western. It's fantastic in every way, shape, and form. I would say to Greg's review, I think if you listen out to it, I mean, sure, you're being introduced to new characters that aren't part of the movie, but this is the thing I love best about this. It is a small town adventure. Anchorhead is the big city. I mean, we're talking like small, rural Tatooine. How can that not be exciting? It's not supposed to be. It's the stranger came into town one day, right? The west wind was blowing. It blew in Obi-Wan, and he happens to help this group during a time of need, this small city.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan Kenobi does not have to do galaxy-wide things anymore. He doesn't have to be out there saving the galaxy. Now he's out there saving a small plantation, basically, out on Tatooine, a water farm out there. And it's a beautiful story. And the characters grow on you. Immediately, I started taking to a lot of these characters. But I think it's wonderful. I've never seen, I remember after like the third or second chapter, first time I read through, I went, oh my gosh, this is a Western. The Tuscan, it's cowboys and Indians with the Tuscans. I was like, oh my gosh. And I just instantly, I was like, this is brilliant. Because it's not something like Darth Vader we need your help against Darth Vader. Oh, okay. Well, I will do what I can. Let me leave Luke, an IOU, babysitting day, and let me go out and save this galaxy or save this Jedi or get this MacGuffin and then come back on Tatooine and be A-okay. No.
Yeah.
It's a small town, and he's torn apart. He is torn apart. I don't like first person, yet when he's talking to Qui-Gon, I feel for him. His heart goes out to him. It's great stuff.
I'm glad you said that.
Great stuff.
Yep.
I can't wait to tear into this because I believe the book is so good and the characters materialize in front of you. Obi-Wan needs a supporting cast like everyone does. Some people can't write good supporting characters. some people, I mean, John Jackson Miller himself wrote probably the worst character in the world, Kara Holt, from Knight Errant, who is so terrible. Yet this is the same author that now is writing Obi-Wan and putting all these side characters in, which to me, they're awesome. They've all got, personality of themselves. I don't know. I'm going too much into it, but I thought it was great.
I completely agree. It definitely builds up. It's definitely one of those books that's like, it's a bit of a slow burn, but it's got to build the story. And it really does sort of build that story in the beginning, and you get all the payoffs at the end. That's the great thing about this book, is its enclosed little story
right
in the universe, and that slow burn that you get at the beginning, the introduction of all the characters. Yeah, you don't see Obi-Wan much at all, but you do. It really does get there, and you've sort of got to push through that, because I will say the first time I read it, it was a bit like I got confused, and I mentioned this before. I got confused by the topic of the suns, and we'll get into it. But I love the book. I think it's great. Like I said, I've read it multiple times. But we have one of our special guests is in the house.
Hello.
Hello, Anna.
Hi, sorry I'm so late.
No, that's all right. How you doing?
I'm good. Just trying to get a million things done in
Yeah.
in the hours that we have.
I hear you.
Completely understand.
Yeah.
Now, I know that we'd only have you for a short period of time because you've got the Jack show that you've got to do, and that was always the plan anyway. But have you been listening to the stream so far? I mean, we've only been going 20 minutes. Have you?
No, I haven't caught any of it, so you want to fill me in?
All right. Well, basically, we sort of only just started. We gave our overview on the book. You've read the book, right?
It's been forever.
Okay. Do you remember much about it, or do you remember how you felt about the book?
Not really, honestly. It's just kind of I feel like I've read so much since that my mind is kind of focused on that. I'd have to if I went and I started up the first chapter, it would refresh, but I just haven't had time to do that.
Fair enough. Well, first of all, I don't think, Matt, you've met or streamed with Anna before, so Matt, Anna, Matt.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure you and Laura have streamed together before, haven't you?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Anna, I'm familiar with, but we've never streamed before, so together. So hello.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. What? Hey, I know you don't remember much of Kenobi, but do you remember if you liked the book or not?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I remember
Okay.
I hated the audiobook. I hated it. I usually love audiobooks, but the guy's voice, it just was nails on a chalkboard to me. At certain scenes, I think it mostly because I had a really bad iPhone, and when you listen on speaker on an iPhone, it just sounds terrible. So I think that had to do with it. But
well, that's disappointing.
Yeah.
I have a friend who listened to the audiobook and he didn't think much of it, but that's okay. He was just being a Krabby Patty.
All right. Well, look, while we've got you here, Anna, let's actually talk about the Kenobi series coming up, because I know that you've been covering that. So we're going to take a quick break from the book, guys. We're going to come back to that once Anna goes off to do her show. But let's talk a little bit about the Kenobi show coming up. So based on what we've heard, based on what we've seen, has everyone here heard the leaks?
Yes.
Matt, have you heard about the leaks?
Yes.
Do you even care?
I don't think so with any.
No, I didn't think so.
I don't care.
Matt doesn't care
politely.
Any
I
of
don't
this.
care.
So the true answer is no. He hasn't seen the leaks.
Wait, there's a Kenobi show coming out? I'm kidding. I know that part. Nothing else.
What, your thoughts, Anna? Just not even just the leaks, but just on the way the show's being promoted.
It's Disney. They have their same trick, which is do a bait and switch, strong, independent, empowered women. and shitting on any character that they didn't create themselves. Like nothing has changed. It's the exact same thing, just different characters, different time period.
Do you like? I truly think that this is going to be the Luke Skywalker or the Jake Skywalker of Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh, 100%. I mean, have you seen? It's getting posted a lot on Instagram. I haven't seen it on Twitter as much, but they did like a press thing the other night, and the chick that plays Reva is literally just standing there, and everyone's just asking Ewan McGregor and Hayden stuff, and they're all excited.
Pink outfit too.
Yeah, and it's like, why is she there? Like, she has no. I wonder why. It's because it's a bait and switch. It's going to be about her. She's the main character, and she's just standing there, like, looks like she's just sucked on a lemon because nobody's talking to her. The guys are getting all the attention because no one is there for her. They're all there for the guys. And then once the show premieres and people see it, then all of the usual Hollywood weirdos, they're going to be like, "Oh my God, you were so great! You were so empowering. We got so inspired by you," and no one's going to pay attention to the guys. Or at least we will,
But then everybody that's like, this is just a typical bait and switch, it's bullshit, blah, 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 is going to be labeled a sexist, racist.
Oh, 100%.
Man baby.
Well, it's funny because I was looking up like some of the writers for the show, and of course, I'm already blocked by them on Twitter. So I was like, "Oh, this is a great sign."
Of course, I'm blocked by half of probably who you're blocked by, or I'm caught in the blockchain.
Yeah, no kidding. It's like they're like,
Right. But my take on that is that, okay, well, if it's true, let it be true, because basically this is what Disney wants to do anyways. It's like, so just let it be true. We have the EU here. We have already that's original Star Wars, which basically is the canon because George overseen and actually sanctioned everything. He's not sanctioning this, but I understand that fans want, to see where the direction Disney Star Wars is taking the lore, and they want a coherent story, but it's not going to happen anymore. It's not going to happen.
Well, what's funny? I mean, did you guys ever get this where you meet before Disney Star Wars came out or before Disney bought Star Wars, but you'd be like at a party or at a get together and like you'd find someone else that's like a Star Wars fan, and then they immediately want to give you a pop quiz to see how much you know?
Oh, yeah.
So, if you're like a real Star Wars fan. Well, now it's like super easy. All you have to do is like, do you like Disney Star Wars? If they say yeah, it's like, all right.
Yeah, I'm out.
All I need to know.
I never did that back in the day because I wanted to go out on dates, so I didn't want to. But yeah, I know what you mean, though. You were super excited. I met a kid at Dragon Con. They said he was the Star Wars guru. He knows all. And I was like, oh my gosh. So I went up to him and I was so excited. It's like, so you've read all the books, all the comic books, all the short stories, all the magazines? I was like, oh my gosh. Because I was like, I have to. And he goes, no, who has time to do all that? And I went, yeah, man, that nerdy guy.
Tell me, Chad, is my mic better? I think I've fixed it.
Yeah,
what was I going to ask?
A little bit.
And yeah, Laura, you're crackly.
Yeah.
Is it
still crackly? Webcam mic, not your regular mic?
I'm using a lapel mic.
Finally, yeah.
I never had that. There we go.
Let
me check it out.
I got it. All right. What was it? The funny thing is that I wanted to say in regards to Reva, and I completely agree, Anna. You watch that thing, and she's literally standing in between them, and like going like this. Basically, it's whiplash because the questions and all the talking's coming from these two. But it was funny because the funny thing that I find with it is if they had have adapted the book, there's female characters and strong female characters. I mean, a Yark, we're going to go through all of the characters in this. And I mean, I know that the EU isn't canon anymore and fucking all that shit, but like, honestly, these stories that they're trying to tell.
Should have done. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Well, Matthew Martin, remember, made that comment one time. Canon is whatever you want to be if you want to be legend stuff. So, I mean, I always went by what Lucasfilm said. Lucasfilm made the EU canon, and Lucasfilm said, okay, now it's legends and everything. So I was like, okay, that's fine. But at one time, I do want to ask the question of everyone here in the chat, everyone here in the group here, because I've noticed this when I don't. What was episode 9 called? I'm so sorry. What was it called?
Rise of Skywalker.
Rise of Sky. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that's how much I know about new canon. I remember I was at a wedding, and there's a bunch of young kids in the wedding, and I came up to them. I was like, "What's going on?" I said, "Blah blah." And I said, "So y'all go see that new Star Wars movie?" They went, "Oh no, we didn't." And I said, "I don't even know if we saw the first one." I said, "New Hope or Phantom Menace?" They went, No, the first one of the trilogy. What was it called? And I was like, I remembered it back then. What was I really
Force
don't
Awakens.
know. What was it called?
The Force Awakens.
Force Awakens. But I was like, I probably said Force Awakens. They went, was that it? And he goes, no, I think we saw Last Jedi. Was that the first one? I went, no. I said that was the second one. It came out a few years ago. Yeah, we haven't gotten. It's not a big deal anymore when a Star Wars movie comes out. Where back in the day, even back in the prequels, you saw episode 1. You saw it.
Well,
you didn't know what you were watching, probably.
I mean,
but you saw it.
Think about the excitement and the hype that was around for the Force Awakens. Like, just, when they announced that they were doing that. I mean, I think that there was already a few people tapped out because of the decanonizing of the EU, but there was still that hype. I feel like back then.
And then when they saw
Wars.
Last Jedi, they said, "Oh, they don't care about fans." And then they went to, and then Force Awakens pulled the wool over everyone's eye. My brother called it a trickster movie because it's a movie you walk out of the theaters thinking that you liked, and then later on, the more you thought about it, you're like, "Wait a minute, that was not a good movie." I had that happen to me with one of the new Alien movies a long time ago. I can't remember which one it was, but when he was refreshing the series, I was like, "Oh, that's a really good movie." And then I thought about like that movie sucked.
What was that, Anna?
Was it Prometheus?
Yeah, Prometheus.
Ah.
Yeah, I liked it when I walked out of the theater, and then the more I thought about it, I was like, why did you have to run in a straight line when the ship's coming down?
That's exactly what I said. I was like, Charlize Theron, just roll a foot to your right, and you would have lived.
I don't know about you. And it's like, we have these droids scanning out the cave. We won't get lost. What happens? They get lost. Why? How are you lost? You had the map of the caves. But the thing is, though, I eat my stuff in my face with popcorn. I was like, I did a pretty good movie. And then I walked out and I was going, what? I started thinking, I was like, that was a horrible movie. Why? And my brother was the same way. He walked out saying, Force Awakens, good dude. You don't know what you're missing. And then the next week came back and said, I want to rephrase that. I think it's a terrible movie. Now that I'm thinking about it, it fooled me. I was like, yeah. And I think as a lot of fans, they've destroyed their old fan base, which, we don't care about the 40s, the 50s type year olds. But guess what? Those are the people who are the 30s. Those are the people who are having kids who will influence their kids by what they watch. I guarantee every single one of you listen to some old music band or singer because your dad or mom listened to them. You did that. There's a reason that I know James Taylor and Barry Manilow. He writes the songs that the whole friggin' world sing. And that's because my mom listened to them. Parents influence their kids. You want to keep the parents happy.
The Bee Gees for me, man.
Yeah, if the parents are taking you to the theater because they want to see it, the kid automatically gets excited. That's how you grow a franchise. Not saying, you know what, pick a finger, middle one first, and we're going to screw you. You're out of the picture now, and we're just trying to get to your kids. Your kids aren't going to be interested if the adults aren't interested.
Right.
My best friend, he wanted to love Star Wars with his son. That was something he loved. He wanted to pass that love down. After watching the movies, he went, Matt, this is terrible. I can't love this. I was like, I can't have this moment with my son. We're going to go do something else. I was like, okay, well, there's other stuff to do. There's always board games, which now he's a big board game player. But the thing is, though, it kills a love. And that's what they try to do. They just try to kill. But that's what everyone does these days, right? I mean, Anna, you may have made 1 or 2 videos about this. I don't know.
Maybe help you.
maybe 1 or 2. Ryan needs to make at least 1 video like this. But anyway, the thing is, though, it's destroying that family. There's nothing that a family can go see because they're trying to go for your kids. But the kids are. There's a billion other things out there these days. A billion other franchises, a billion other hobbies, a billion other
Marvel.
Things they
Marvel's
can follow.
a big one. I feel like Marvel is like kids, like for us, that's like their new Star Wars, like that Guardians of the Galaxy. That's what all the kids are looking for. They don't care about Star Wars, especially since how shitty it is.
But
Right.
why
But
would
it's
they?
also
Why
taking the
would they?
intelligence out of the writing of that now too.
Well,
Mom
here's
and
the
Dad
thing:
don't-
they had
Mom
a
and Dad
plan.
don't care about it.
Like for a
Why not?
decade, we're gonna build
That's
up
right.
to Thanos. Now they're just going off on their own little thing. But kids looked forward to that, and once they figured it out, it's like, oh my god, every movie is a stepping stone in this puzzle to the the finished thing. And so kids got excited about that. People, adults, everyone. Whereas Star Wars is like, there's no plan. We don't care. It's like, if you don't care, then why should we?
The
Right,
plan is
exactly.
one movie a year, and just roll the dice on what the story is. Yeah, that's terrible.
Well, there was a reason, I think there's a good reason why George took his time between the movies. I mean, 3 years. I mean, especially when you think about what happens between each movie and how each movie sort of ends. I mean, the end of Empire, I'm sure like I would have been too young to actually be there, but I remember the first time watching it, it's like I needed to know, like, and I could move straight on to Return of the Jedi, but like back then it was like the hype was built. You look at everything that they're producing now, and I don't see any excitement. I don't really see any hype. Yeah, like we might get a Luke Skywalker moment that might get some emotions flowing for some, but it then falls over because there's no substance really behind it. Where
I feel like I'm getting personally attacked. How dare you? I cried.
not at all, Anna. Not at all.
I'm teasing you.
There was a lot of people out there. There was a lot of people out there that felt the same. Like, and it was. I feel like it's a bit of a, like, you listen to the music that they put behind that scene and everything. I mean, I've talked about that a lot, but I believe that the nostalgia is what got the emotions flowing, not necessarily what people were seeing, or not necessarily what the result of the actions of what they were seeing, if that makes sense. There was no real cause and effect in any of it.
Well, I think I figured it out, because for me, I watched it and I cried, and then like watching it again, I don't really have any emotion. I let it all out in that one verse, and it's because it's like, at least for me, it's like I've been holding my breath for years because I thought I was promised Star Wars and I didn't get that. And so that one moment, the first time watching it, it's like that weight gets lifted, because like, oh my God, it's Luke Skywalker and it's R2-D2. Like, I cried more seeing R2 mess with Baby Yoda than I did with Luke, because I was like, they had him turned off for 3 freaking movies. This is some bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so it was just that you were holding your breath moment and you got it, like, for once, even if it wasn't, the best thing in the entire world, because you've gotten shit and insulted for years upon years. It's like, oh my gosh, there's like a ray of light.
I think that's what it was like for a lot of people. It was just this, like, they had this pent up aggression towards what they did to Luke Skywalker. And for that split second, they saw almost like what could have been if the writing was done properly, like it could have been, but like even just in what you're visually seeing and then hearing as well. I swear that music that they put behind it, that slow symphony style Luke Skywalker theme, man.
Having him like just destroy everything on the ship, like going up, like he was actually a badass, the hero that shows up and saves the day.
And then that's all fucked on with Book of Boba Fett. I just want to hit this super chat because I completely missed it. It's from Tuscan Bob. He says, I demand live action helicopter lightsabers. Well, this is actually interesting because
that's a sexual reference. Don't go any further on it.
Helicopter lightsabers. Lightsabers.
That's on Disney After Dark, Tuscan Bob.
Oh.
Helicopter lightsabers are canon because it happens in Rebels. And if there's a moment in Obi-Wan Kenobi where it's like, oh, just use your helicopter lightsaber and fly away, and they don't do it, like they're breaking their own canon in that aspect. It's kind of like how we look at Star Wars, but from their, bullshit canon point of view. There was that one part in the trailer where Owen and Obi-Wan are talking, and I feel like that is a good conversation. That's probably a conversation that would have taken place, and I'm also taking that aspect from you know, there are conversations that Obi-Wan has with Owen in the book, but the result of those conversations actually makes Obi-Wan almost submit to the idea. Anyway, we will get into it, but I don't know. Everything else about the trailer just feels like that bait and switch. And then you look at the promotional stuff. Sorry, Matt, I know you want to say something, but all the promotional stuff, you see, like we said earlier, you see them standing there, and she's just standing there in the middle. She stands out because she's wearing pink in amongst this sea of black.
Yeah, pink or black, pink, black. It's like she's like it's like an Oreo right here with a pink flip color in the middle or something. I swear to God. And it's her outfit's so fluffy.
They designed, or they made Hayden and Ewan dress like that. Like they had a designer, so they made her to stand out. But you know what's funny? She's not even the Grand Inquisitor. So where is the Grand Inquisitor? Why isn't he there?
Yeah, right? Exactly. He would probably be more. That I completely agree. Like, why is she the only additional cast member that's actually at this promotional thing? I know Deborah Chow was there, but she's the director, so you kind of probably expect that, wouldn't you? Tim, open airlock policy for $10.50 says, talking about real Obi-Wan, talk about only Obi-Wan. I will say, Tim's been doing a lot of great shorts recently, a lot of great coverage. He is completely on the bandwagon of stop giving Disney money. And, you know, they're an evil company, all of that sort of thing. But he goes about it with his evidence and proof in place. And I will say the one video that I still think is one of his best is his canon documentary. It's about a 45-minute video. It breaks down canon and why things can't be actually decanonized. There's no such thing as decanonizing canon, which is very interesting. So I would definitely highly recommend that you go and watch at least that video. But his coverage recently has been very good. And he's also a co-host usually on this stream. Minus $2.50. What? Did you just say Rebels is canon? Well,
yeah.
Yes, I did. I did. But it's not. It is Disney canon. Is it? I don't know, man. Fuck.
He's like, that's like, I'm
$2.50.
Minus $2.50.
Tim gets that.
Here, I'll give you this. I think this will make up for it.
They came bounding over.
Fuck off, Disney! You fucking cunt! Does that make up for it? All right. What did I want to do?
Oh, don't
all right. Well, go on, Matt. You're gonna.
No, I'd like to ask the group here if they were, let's say you were in charge of making a Kenobi live action series, what would it be about?
Well, does anybody else want to go first?
Does it matter which part of the timeline it's in? Like,
I don't care. Let's say they put a Kenobi. They say, hey, it has to be centered around Kenobi. What do you make it about?
I got an answer, and then once I answer, I'm gonna have to go because I'm hosting the Jack show tonight.
Yeah.
Right, let's hear it.
This is what I've been saying in like every video. I try to like get that in there. So one of the biggest differences between Ewan McGregor's Obi-Wan and then why am I blanking on names? Not Ian McKellen. No, not Ewan McGregor. The other old guy. Why am I blanking on his name? Yes. Oh my god.
It's okay.
Brain fart moment.
It's okay.
Also, he's a very different guy than Obi-Wan is at the end of Revenge of the Sith, right? And so I think I like dramatic, stuff like let's find the deeper meaning in things. But so one of the last things that Obi-Wan has, a conversation with Yoda, and Yoda says, on Tatooine, more training you have with Qui-Gon because he learned how to come back from the nether realm of the Force. So I think it would be cool just Obi-Wan having watching Luke from afar, so we know that he's there, but really make it about Obi-Wan and how Obi-Wan came to deal with his guilt because he feels that he failed Anakin. That's what he told Anakin, I have failed you. And if he didn't fail Anakin, no one would have fucking died. And, his whole world wouldn't have been turned upside down and, all the bad guys wouldn't have won. So he has to deal with that guilt somehow. And so I think it would be cool for him to like do that internal like searching, like how can he come to terms with it? Because it wasn't his fault. It was, he did everything that he possibly could. But when you have the evil Emperor Sidious working against you, you're kind of fucked. And he didn't know that. And so have that, mental journey with him and have Qui-Gon as a Force ghost teaching him. And once he comes to terms with his failure and realize that he did everything that he could, it was out of his hands at that point, and he comes to terms with his guilt and his grief, that's when he learns how to ascend to that next realm of the Force. And that's also why when he meets Vader in A New Hope, that's why he's like, I'm at peace. Like, if you strike me down, I'll become more powerful. And so have that mental thing. And then on the other hand, you can't have Anakin and, as Anakin, like still battling with the fact that he's, Anakin, Darth Vader, and have him doing the exact opposite of what Obi-Wan is doing. And, giving in while he's in his little Darth Vader pod, giving into his anger and, his hatred and just casting off any blame of himself and blaming it on the entire world and like just putting all of that on Obi-Wan failed me, the Jedi failed me, Padme betrayed me, and just giving in to the point where he suppresses Anakin so much that he fully gives in to Darth Vader. And that's why Anakin doesn't resurface until he's like, Luke, my son's alive. The thing that I wanted was my family to rule the galaxy with me. That's what he wanted with Padme, and that's what he tells Luke. So we don't see Anakin again resurface until Luke. So that's what I think would be interesting.
Yeah, so it'll go back and forth. So not them meeting like the series is trying to have them do or have any interaction, but we have like, scenes of Obi-Wan coming to terms, making peace, and going and seeing what's going on with Vader and what he's doing, hunting down other Jedi or helping with whatever's going on by putting that strict hold onto the galaxy and the
you have like Vader going around killing people and like just giving it like more and more of that hatred and letting him die. But when I saw people or Disney and they're gonna fight again, the only way I could think of it working is if they were both doing like the Force meditation and then like Obi-Wan has to defeat Vader in his Force mind meditation and Anakin is fighting Obi-Wan, and in Anakin's vision he kills Obi-Wan, in Obi-Wan's vision he defeats Anakin again. I don't know if he would necessarily kill him or not, or like save him in some way, and Anakin's just like, I don't blame you. That way you get one epic fight with two different endings. And I think it's not a real fight, it's just all in their head. So I think that's a cool way that they could utilize both freaking actors while they're the ages that they are, while they're willing to work, but they're not. It's going to be all about whamming, strong, independent whamming.
It certainly is.
All right, guys, I got to jump off.
Thanks for coming on, Anna. I really appreciate it.
All right, bye, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Have a great show.
Thank you, Anna, for coming on. Of course, after we finish the stream, the Jack Show will probably still be going, so you can jump over there. But Alora, did you want to answer that question?
Let me take care of my mic real quick, so have Matt do it real quick. Right. I'm going to disconnect.
Well, Matt asked the question. So
I got one, but Ryno, go ahead. I want to.
Well, it's Anna is pretty much on point. It's hard to tell this story because it's supposed to be such a quiet, Obi-Wan's supposed to be isolated and everything. So it is a hard story to tell. It's a hard story to tell, to bring stakes to it, because Obi-Wan has no stakes because we know his fate. Yeah. So you do have to introduce a cast around you that can actually bring stakes to it, but it's also got to be written well. I completely agree that you've got to have Obi-Wan going through a bit of this trauma after and the emotions that he has, and we'll see that from what we get in this. The hard thing too, though, is that I look at this book and go, okay, this takes place, I think, within a year of Revenge of the Sith. All of these events that we're about to go through take place within a year. I would like to do something 10 years down the track. So it would be more along the lines of, okay, so let me give you a scenario. An episode of the Obi-Wan Kenobi show could have been Luke has finally learnt to pilot. What's the fucking
T-16 Skyhopper?
Thank you, T-16 Skyhopper. So he finally starts to pilot one of those, and he goes through some sort of incident, some sort of accident happens, right? Now, let's take a scenario from the book here. Let's say the Tuscans were to find Luke and he's completely knocked out, a bit like Annaline's son does, right? And Obi-Wan ends up negotiating for his life, right? And I don't know how because the scenario in the book is really good, right? In regards to Obi-Wan wants to actually help the Tuscans. So he's got some sort of value to them. And Yark realizes this. But I feel like they could use something like that to bring an element of risk to Luke, even though we know his fate and all of that sort of thing. And again, that takes away some of the stakes. But, you know, you could have friends that they build up to, friends of Luke's that they build up to, so that we do have some emotional connection to these characters. And there can be some sort of incident or something that does take place that then everything's got to come to the circumstances of where A New Hope isn't damaged. So again, Luke can't sort of know Obi-Wan or know Ben, specifically know him. He knows of Ben, but he actually doesn't really know Ben, right? But also too, we're gonna keep things like him not hearing the name Obi-Wan since the time that, you know, before Luke was born. You know, he mentions that Obi-Wan. No, that's not a name I've heard since before. Well, before you were born. So, and we've already seen destruction of that anyway in the trailer. But those things, I mean, it's funny, you know, they try and force the nostalgia and they try and force it and say like, oh, Easter eggs, Easter eggs, Easter eggs. There's a really good way that you can bring nostalgia into the story without throwing it in your face. And I will say the Kenobi book does a great job of actually doing that with Annaline, right? And Obi-Wan sort of shocked towards that, the name Annie. There's also the part where Annaline says to Obi-Wan, there's still good in him. And that triggers an emotional response from Obi-Wan. So you could still have these little elements within the story that they're trying to show and still bring those emotional or those elements to it. That would be my take on it.
Oh.
On what
with me, under the owners, current owners, I really don't want to see it, or even a one that may be, coherent to the OT and the PT. But if there was someone that was to make a fan film, or there was different owners and stuff, or even if George Lucas still owned it, so we're going into these what ifs kind of thing, I would like to see. I don't think it'd be fun to explore everything about Obi-Wan past Revenge of the Sith, but it'd be very small. Like, it'd be a very small story, because once he starts making peace and settling down, there's not much that he does. We know of him and Sharad Het's duel that's told in Legacy. We know, the Last of the Jedi, which happens like past a year of his exile, to make sure that any evidence of the twins at Polis Massa was destroyed. And we know of the Kenobi novel. So for me, I would like to see him in his younger Padawan days. And maybe why he wasn't selected right off to be a Jedi, and how Qui-Gon discovered him and took him in and had faith in him. So I would like to see that type of story, him as a young Padawan training and stuff, and get more into that and why he thinks and does the way he does. So.
Cool.
That's mine.
That would be actually a little bit interesting to explore. Go into a bit of a prequel before the Clone Wars, and kind of some of the adventures that he was doing just as a Jedi Padawan with his master Qui-Gon. I personally, I completely agree. I don't want Disney going anywhere near any of this stuff. But if we were going to get these stories, that's what there is actually so much you can still do. But anyway, go on, Matt. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, a few things. I like what Alora said about him being a Padawan. I think if you were to do one, like if they said, Matt, we need a Kenobi series. Okay, well,
I'd hire you.
It would be Legends. I'm sorry, but anyway, what I think that would be really awesome is you don't like you said, Ryno, you don't have to have these big epic adventures. It's just small little things that happen to them. We don't want to break the canon, the timeline between prequels and the original trilogy, like Alora said. And you want to keep things kind of on a low burn for those 20 years or 18 years that he's being raised on the planet. I believe he can come into contact with Luke once or twice because he knows old Ben. I wonder if he means old Ben. Obviously, they're not friends, but he's seen him. They've been in passing sometimes. There's a little golden book called Adventures in Beggar's Canyon, where his T-16, he and Wendy go into T-16. It crashes. A crate dragon comes, but Obi-Wan helps chase it off. Asks Luke if he's okay, and then goes away. He's mainly just kind of crazy old Ben, kind of out there. I don't know much about him, but he's an old man. He's not one of my cool little friends. I definitely have Wendy, Wormy, Cammy, all of his friends from Tatooine in it. Biggs would all be on the planet. They'd be his friends. You'd see a little bit of his life on the farm as it breaks away to Obi-Wan. If you remember, and Anna obviously doesn't remember Kenobi that well because he did come to terms at the end of the book about letting go of his guilt, which Qui-Gon says, now you're ready.
Yeah.
Now you're ready to learn.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. But go on. We won't get there yet.
It's a beautiful moment. So I would put Qui-Gon in a shimmering blue light. Bring back Liam Neeson as Qui-Gon, blue light Qui-Gon, talking to Obi-Wan. You can have some great moments between the two as he's learning different lessons. Maybe even as he goes in Anchorhead, there's a parent who's upset because their child got killed. It turns out their kid was a pirate. He deserves to he was a bad, but the lady or the man is upset. How did I raise my son to be this bad? And then Obi-Wan telling her it's not your fault. When they go to adult, they make their own choices. But at the same time, he's telling himself this too, because it's not his fault. Because Anakin was an adult. Anakin made his own choices. Obi-Wan, the same thing as a parent to his son. I think that would be a great analogy to make in an episode. I know they did this for Rebels because someone told me they did, but bring in half man, half mechanic Darth Maul for a nice beat-down, drag-out fight from Star Wars visionaries from the EU. Have another adventure. Have where Yoda can dial him up and maybe talk to him a little bit. You can have a special appearance with Yoda. You can have one where there's a Jedi. This is how the episode opens up. He's going to Anchorhead to buy some supplies. Someone bumps into someone's running from stormtroopers and looks at him and goes, General Kenobi? And that boom, then goes the title Kenobi. Because who knows this? It's a Jedi who's being hunted by the Empire. He's trying to ask Obi-Wan for help. Obi-Wan can't get near this because he doesn't want them to connect him. He's supposed to wait. So it's a conundrum for him do I help the Jedi or do I have to help? I can't blow my cover. There's a lot of things you can do without having to break, anything going on from A New Hope. Maybe there's a little adventure where Jabba is setting up a little spice hideout, near, and Obi-Wan doesn't want that riffraff around here. So he goes on a little mission to blow it up. You can have a funny episode called The Trouble with Womp Rats, where he's trying to fix up little things, but Womp Rats keep just messing things up. He's so mad and he wants to kill them. But this is another lesson with Qui-Gon. Instead of killing them, he finds the Womp Rats a new home to kind of tear apart. He guides them somewhere else, like the Pied Piper. It's Obi-Wan learning to deal with the day's annoyances. I would love a flashback episode, like Alora was talking about, where he was a young Padawan and he learned something when he was younger that he applies on Tatooine.
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
You can also have an episode where he pulls up a lightsaber, and it's Anakin's lightsaber because he has it in the chest. He pulls up, looks at it, and boom, we get a flashback from a Clone Wars adventure of him and guest star Hayden Christensen doing a battle during the Clone Wars.
Right.
And that's one episode where he remembers his good times with Anakin, and he puts the lightsaber back into the trunk at the end of the episode. I mean,
See, that's good writing. That's like just the ideas that Matt just threw out there. If you just did like a couple of episodes like that, just in isolation, they don't even have to be this serialized thing. It can just be, this day on Tatooine for Obi-Wan Kenobi, this is what happened. You could do something a bit more like that and just tell these little isolated little stories that are self-contained within an hour episode. And like that would be better than this bait and switch, this story where they're trying to make it this big thing where it's going to be this big spectacle, all for the sake of nostalgia and a bait and switch. Because
we're in an era where you need big bang, big lights, big action-packed things, and there's not going to be a series called Lonesome Dove anymore, where it's just a slow burn of people just trying to get from one destination to the other in the Wild West. When is Matt making a show? Lucasfilm would never let me make something.
Never.
Like that. But you know what? It would be great. It would get critical acclaim, and even Tuscan Bob would say, "I stand direct for this."
Yeah, I stand with Matt Wilkins. Let me
right, then you'll be okay.
Yeah. Let me hit these super chats really quickly. We got another $3.50 from Tim saying, open airlock policy, saying Wilkins, this but not B5 movies.
Hey, Tim, we're gonna do it. You let me know. We're gonna do it.
And like I said, everyone, go and subscribe to Tim. He is a usual co-host.
Plus, Tim, you can't get mad. You can't get mad at me. Look at this guy. Look at that. Look at that cute face. I can't say no to this guy. I can't say no to this guy. Right. No one can.
Yeah, everyone can say no to me. And we had Tuscan Bob saying, my Kenobi series, Kenobi goes back to Naboo to teach Gungan preschoolers about sexual identities. Inquisitor what's that? Inquisitor DeSantis. Inquisitor DeSantis tries to interfere.
Yeah. Put the hobgoblin in my woody hole.
Thank you. And Melissa Lord for 5 says, hello there, Ryno, OG, Anna, and Matt. The old pre-Disney comic was good, but they won't stick to that.
I think it may be what Chow said. There's room for changes. BS. She'll ruin it.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yes, I completely agree. I mean, when we look at the trailer, when we look at what we've heard, when we see some of the images, I mean, it's constant destruction is all I keep seeing and hearing. Constant destruction. Mm-hmm. But all right,
let's sad because even people who gave it a shot at the beginning are out. A lot of people are out. They've just been burned out of it. And these are like high-profile people who followed it, like Nathan P. Butler and stuff, who had a big Star Wars town. He's Star Wars Timeline Gold, and just kind of gave up. It sold off a lot of his collection too, because he just realized that new canon doesn't care about continuity.
No.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't care about continuity. It doesn't care about laws. It doesn't even like. And I've done a video on this, but it's not in the Star Wars universe. They're just throwing shit at the screen, things that at the screen, and hoping that we can make it fast paced enough and flashy enough that nobody will actually think about it enough to care. So
Yeah.
that's
And
what they think.
that's where Disney Lucasfilm dropped the ball, is that Star Wars was built upon its continuity, and that's what attracted many fans even outside the movies, because the movies were so staggered that, you know, there was a pause in between, so people got into the EU and wanted to know what the next story was going to be. But everything was kept in continuity as best as they could. Wasn't perfect, but it was damn near it. They, you know, try to keep everything well, you know, recorded and the history well written. And that's what got people into it. So after Disney acquired it and started screwing up with the continuity, that's when we see a lot of people dropped out. Some dropped out when they said, "Oh well, you know, the EU, we're no longer in the let it be official towards what we're doing anymore." So so that's where they dropped the ball on that. And you know, it's sad. You know, they you know, basically said, "We don't care about you hardcore fans. We'll do what we want." So yeah.
I don't really like the idea of Maul. Well, first of all, I don't really like the idea of Maul even surviving being chopped in half, being bisected. But I don't even like the idea of what they did with Rebels. It was a dialogue-wise and everything. Yeah, it was a pretty cool scene between Obi-Wan and Maul there. But are you telling me that Palpatine didn't feel that? Are you honestly telling me that one of Palpatine's former apprentices just gets killed by Obi-Wan Kenobi and he doesn't happen to feel that? Like, come on, really? Like, I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it for a second. So I don't really like the idea of Maul being there. I prefer the idea of it being sort of more a Obi-Wan Vader story, and them sort of Vader more being sucked into the dark side, and his pain and his suffering and everything draws him more into the dark side. And it's a bit like I can't remember who mentioned it, whether or not it was Anna or Matt, but having sort of two fights from there. It was Anna, sort of, you know, Vader has a Force vision or a dream, and Obi-Wan has a dream, and it's a rematch again from their own perspectives, but things can just be haywire because it's a bit of a dream. So I don't know. But look, we've got to get into the book. Let me quickly get this. Riff Mago says, "Hail Ryno, Alora, and Matt. I'm proud to be an EU elitist and gatekeeper. Lucas Legacy deserves no less. Absolutely. Hashtag EU Lawmasters." Thank you. Why is this number calling me? And we've got a Miss Melissa Lord. Fuck, why can't I speak? I feel like all jittery at the moment. I've shook myself.
It's that Coca-Cola can you got there, buddy.
I barely touched it. Melissa Lord for $2 says, 17 years ago, I wanted this. Now, I don't know, because the rat.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I completely agree. Like, if you said that George Lucas was making a Obi-Wan Kenobi story in between the events of Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope, you'd be pretty fucking excited for it, wouldn't you? Because you know he'd be telling the story. All right, let's go. So, this book, it starts up with essentially the prelogue is Obi-Wan at Anchorhead with Luke in his arms, and there is a little bit of a I don't know, internal fight that sort of takes place there with some of the characters that they introduce later. But in this moment, I just want to say the one thing that I love about what Obi-Wan does when he uses the Force throughout this book is how hidden he is and how much care he takes to actually hide his Force abilities, and he will only use them or only use his lightsaber if he knows that there's like he won't get seen or get caught. And that's one thing that happens in this bar scene. And then, of course, he takes the child to Owen and Beru after finding out where they live. Any thoughts on that opening?
Yes, and and like I said, it may have been throughout the book, but whenever he does something, and I think the very first visit to the town, he gets noticed when he doesn't want to, and he keeps telling Qui-Gon, I don't know why, what I keep doing wrong. It was disastrous because I tried to keep a low profile, but in a small town, when a new stranger comes in, he is all the rage. He's like, wow, I can't, he doesn't want to be known. This was one of the most popular people during the Clone Wars.
Right.
General Kenobi and General Skywalker, everyone knew.
They were famous.
And how do you not be famous anymore? How do you get rid of your fame? You gotta live a hermit life, an anonymous life. And you don't want to do grandstanding. Man, it starts off the first Obi-Wan appearance, those kids are picking on him, right? Or making fun of him.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm talking about. It's
and the thing
Oren
is,
Gold's kids.
If you're Obi-Wan, you're thinking, I fought General Grievous and defeated him. You don't want to mess with me, you little punk kid. You know, but he has to sit there and take it. He has to make little slide jokes, even though he regrets it because it egged him on. That he egged them on. He didn't mean to. But you know, now you've got to be known as old crazy Ben. That's what you've got to be known as. Your ego. I mean, Jedi don't have an ego, but at the same time, you were the hottest thing during the Clone Wars,
sitting on the Jedi
the poster
Council.
boy.
And now you've got to be forgotten. Your name has to be dropped off of every person's mouth. That's why he goes way out of town, way out, because they don't even know. I like how it sets up that the shopkeeper, is it Annie?
Yeah, Annalene, yep.
She doesn't even know that the Republic is now the Empire. Is that what happened?
There's a few references to that, and they talk about they know that something's changed in the Republic, but they don't really know what it actually is. And they also reference the fact that that Tatooine is strongly swayed by the Hutts, and there's no real influence or anything out there. They get holonet transmissions and things like that, but it's so isolated. I mean, when we think about the prequels and the Phantom Menace, and when they go there and everything, they know who Jedi are based on the attire, right? They know a Jedi when they see a lightsaber, right?
Yeah.
But there are that many hooded, cloaked people on Tatooine because they got to protect themselves from the elements and the rags and everything, that if they don't see the lightsaber, they don't really know. They're like they're that isolated, you could say, that it's a bit more. That's probably why it is one of the best places for Obi-Wan to hide, really. For that reason as well.
And I agree, like, with what Matt was saying about, like, he was such in the forefront of the war, of the Clone Wars. Like, when you get into like the Revenge of the Sith novel, and then of course the movie as well, you know, basically they're described as one entity, him and Skywalker. When they're together, that means something's going to go down and it's going to be good, that they're going to defeat, that they're going to overcome, and that they are one force together. So they were basically one unit. They knew him because he was Adam Skywalker's master, and that he was one of the poster boys of the Republic during the Clone Wars. And to see having him have that transition and trying to not be in the light, but the will of the Force, putting him in these scenarios to teach him, you know, how to be a hermit and how not to do and how not to respond. It was like it was testing him. And we see this huge test on what he needs to be and where he needs to be at. So,
yeah. Now, I clipped out a few things so that we can actually listen. Hold on. Got to bring this one up. Okay. So there are moments throughout this book where we get to hear Obi-Wan meditate. Now, unfortunately, and of course, this whole conversation is going to consist of spoilers for it, but the fact that he's trying throughout all of this book to make contact with Qui-Gon, you don't actually get that contact by the end of it. The one thing that you do get by the end of it, though, is that Obi-Wan is now content, right? In where he is and what he's basically trying to do. So, look, I've clipped out 26 minutes worth of audio book, and it's sped up as well. So we're not going to obviously listen to this whole 26 minutes right now. It is clipped up in here and I will stop it. But this is the first. So this is after that incident. He's got Luke with him. He takes care of that incident at Anchorhead and he goes and takes Luke to Owen and Beru. And now this is where we are. So let's have a listen to how Obi-Wan is feeling at this very moment. Okay, so that's his first initial thoughts in regards to, well, not thoughts, but just how he's feeling. Go on, Matt.
Shame on you, Greg, for not liking this. This is class. This is great stuff. This is poetry. Poetry in the stars, sir. Anyway, no, that's exactly, if you notice, that was exactly what I was mentioning.
Exactly.
That clip right there, what he was talking about.
Right.
Excellent. That was when I was reading this, I was like, yes, I get it. I understand. You know, he can't bring out his lightsaber with everyone saying Clone Wars. He has to, forget. Oh, get out of here. You know what? I love him so much. Hey, haters. That's why I am on casual rage. And you are on casual, get your ass down on the couch and shut up. Okay? That's where you are right now. All right? So I'm just saying I love both Greg and Tim. They know that. But
we got Raging Matt right now. That's what we got.
Yeah, that's right. Raging Matt brings out the rage in everyone.
Both guys. But the thing is, though, it's so wonderful how he puts that. I'm like, boom. John Jackson Miller, in my opinion, he understood what Kenobi is going through at this time. Because if you think about it, this book, I've always talked about this. A good author doesn't take the easy path. What do I mean? This whole book could have been about remorse. It could have been focused around his inner turmoil. I mean, we had a little bit of that, but that wasn't the focus of the book.
Yeah.
Remember, he's asking Qui-Gon, why am I not ready? He went, you'll find out. And you're like, why isn't he ready? Yep. And every once in a while, whenever he thinks of Anakin, he thinks of something happy and then immediately gets sad.
Right.
That's good. But at the same time, he's holding on to that guilt. But we don't have to just beat it into our brain the whole time that he still feels guilty. Oh, here he's reliving Mustafar again. Oh, he's thinking back on the Clone Wars again. He and Anakin had another adventure. Sad little Obi-Wan. We don't have to read about that. We're reading about a small town adventure that takes place where Obi-Wan gets thrust. He's the unwilling hero who gets thrust into the forefront because a Jedi, they're leaders. They're leaders. He still has to lead, but he's trying to pull away from this life. He doesn't want this life. He just wants a part for his water evaporator. It's great.
Yeah.
You know, it's a classic Bruce Willis, you know.
So let me just point out to everyone in this moment, Obi-Wan isn't yet in his home, like where we see him in A New Hope. He is actually a hell of a lot closer right now to the Lars homestead than once he finally moves, and we'll get there because we've got a fair few of these to listen to. So, and it really does describe a lot for us. So, but he is very close to Luke at the moment because he's just dropped him off. He's trying to find his feet. And as you can tell there, he's still, he's got nothing but his regrets to sit there and ponder, really. I just want to quickly hit this. 5 from Abu Nas. Thank you, Abu. He's don't mind me. I'm just lurking around listening into this awesome live stream while I'm cleaning the kitchen. Thank you for being here. Salute to this badass panel. Thank you, Abu Nas.
I need to clean my kitchen too, Abu. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I got to clean my kitchen too. It's behind my head. All right, so let's move on from there. So this is where the book really actually sort of starts to open up. This is where we start to, of course, chapter 1, we start to get the actual story. Now it opens up to a Tuscan raid, and they're raiding, I can't remember the name. Like, there are a lot of characters that do get introduced, and as many times as I've listened to the book or read the book, there are still, some names that I miss. But at the end of the day, what happens in this is there is what they call the call, which goes out, and it's a crate dragon call that once the Tuscans are raiding a farm, the ones that commit to the call and donate money to the call, they have got a trigger device that can set off this crate dragon call and scare all the Tuscans.
Mhm.
So it starts off with this happening. The Tuscans do actually kill someone, but they excuse me, they get essentially scared off by the call, and it's just it's basically sort of just setting up the story with Ayark being the Tuscan leader, Oren Galt being the what would you call him?
He's the antagonist. He's like one of the antagonists.
He is, but you don't really find that out until way later. He's sort of this guy that you really do early on, especially the first time reading it. You think that he is actually a pretty good guy, like he actually genuinely wants to help. So he's the one that sets up this sort of community for the, what do they call it? Like the group of them that always go out. There's a specific name.
They're
anyway, basically he's got like all these vehicles and everything that all sit in the Oasis, and they're all funded by that. So it's just basically this protection ring that people contribute money to, and then he, you know, if there's ever an attack by a Tuscan, the alarm goes off and everybody comes to help.
Yeah,
so,
it's called the call, right?
The call,
the settlers call.
The settlers call,
which I think is an awesome name, and I get it, because what happens after the events of episode 2, which we find out from R.A. Salvatore's book, that Klieg Lars, the whole battle with the Tuscans, that's in the novelization. It's only mentioned in the movie, but it's in the novelization.
Right.
Yep.
And because of that, what happened to the Klieg Lars family, he said, hey, I need to make up something called Settler's Call.
Yeah.
But how far can I go down the storyline?
Yeah.
I don't want to skip ahead if you don't want to.
Yeah, look, I do want to definitely dive into that, because there's a lot for that. But let's just put a pin in that for a second.
No, I'm fine with that.
So where are we at? Basically, where we're at is it is just setting up the characters. We then sort of, as we're going through those first initial chapters, we've got that raid that happens. It's sort of the next morning. We're now at the Oasis, or Danar's claim, where the essentially it's the local store, the only store that's in the town, and Annaline Calwell is the owner.
Yeah,
she's got 2 children. Oren Galt has got 2 children of his own. He had 3, but one of them died in a raider attack. And Annaline's husband also died in a raider attack. But again, it's just sort of introducing all the characters, these early stages. It's not really until we get to the end of all of this introduction where Annaline is she's a little bit angry because her son went out with the settlers for the settlers call that morning, and she sees him coming back, and she's really angry with him going out. So she then ends up taking a little bit of that anger out on her daughter, right? And that, what's her name? Kelly. Kelly.
Yeah, in a funny way too.
Yeah,
you know, like she's, you know, my dad was you're aching for a break and you're cruising for a bruising kid.
Yeah,
and she's kind of got that tough love mentality. She's like, she's not dead. I'm gonna kill her and stuff. And I love. We instantly set up this. You know the character that Alan's supposed to be. You know the character that Austin's supposed to be. You know these characters. He builds them so perfectly for me. And I'm like, okay, I get it. And what when they're arguing at the very beginning, someone in the crowd goes, "Oh, just kiss her."
Yeah.
And he's like,
and then she actually turns to them and she goes, "Who said that?" And then her friend comes up and goes, "We all did.
We all did."
Who said that? We all did. You know, she's a Zell fan, you know, and she's like, she's another character that I really got into. Lily, her Annaline's friend that is always there. And, you know, and the funny things that happens after, you know, Annaline, and I'm, kind of jumping ahead a little bit after Evelyn starts developing a thing for Obi-Wan. Yeah, so we'll get to that point and we'll talk about that as well.
You send it to the Kenobi system.
Right.
Um,
it's what is it? A fertility sculpture. She's like, oh, can't have that.
yeah. So because she starts taking all of that out on her daughter, and her daughter sort of takes care of the animals at the at the claim.
Yeah.
And she ends up on one of their more untamed animals. And she ends up riding off, being kicked around. And basically, this is where we get our first introduction to Obi-Wan into the story.
Yeah.
So essentially what's happening is Annaline's daughter is on a crazy animal that's untamed, unbroken, and just riding off into the sunsets of Tatooine. Annaline goes after her, and there's a bit of like a chase that just keeps taking place over a fair distance, right? And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Obi-Wan sort of shows up on his dewback, riding quicker than Annaline's ever seen a dewback riding before. He does some pretty amazing things without anyone putting a connection to the fact that he might be using the Force in any way, which is really cool too.
Yeah, he's very sly about it.
But this chase sort of goes on for a little while, and Callie, Annaline's daughter, her leg or something is stuck in the strapping of the basically stuck onto the what is it? It's not an Eope. That's what
no, it's
a dewback. She's on a dewback, and sorry, Obi-Wan's on an Eope. But she's sort of stuck on there. Annaline gets her off, and she sort of Obi-Wan sort of goes to help, says, throw me the kid. All of this kind of thing happens. At the end of the day, sorry, I'm struggling to get there, but at the end of the day, the dewback sort of steps in a hole, sort of flips over. Annaline's sort of underneath this thing. Obi-Wan catches it.
Mm-hmm.
Again, without anyone sort of seeing him do any of this, he catches it with the Force and just makes it miss Annaline, right? And it's now got a broken leg. Yeah. So there's then that conversation, the introductions that take place between Annie, Obi-Wan, and Callie. Callie's very in awe of Obi-Wan, you could say. And she should do anything for him.
I like how Aunt Lynn tells her to tend the bar where they go outside. She's like, but my place is at the herd, so I need to be outside. She went, it wasn't your place when you were running your mouth to everyone in the bar earlier, not when Obi-Wan had done. I just love the dialogue,
the attachments
between the mother and the daughter. It's so funny. It's so good. I'm sorry, I just had to mention that scene because it's
I completely agree. It is good. The way the characters, even when after this moment, Annaline's on the ground and Callie comes over and she's like, "Mom, are you okay?" And she's like, "Annaline, she's like, Callie, you're," and Annaline, Callie goes, "I'm okay, Mom, I'm okay," and she goes, "You're grounded for life."
Right.
Like this, and it's just, I know it's just...
And then she looks up at Obi-Wan and she goes, "Yep, she's okay."
Yeah. Yeah. So there's some really, really good moments in this. But then there's all the conversation that sort of takes place between them, the introductions. While Obi-Wan is leaving after all of that, Annaline asks what his last name is, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the Eope that he's riding sort of trots off a lot quicker. Again, those moments where he's using the Force without sort of any. It's just really good. It's very subtle. But in this moment, because of course he is meeting Annaline for the first time, this is where he hears the name Annaline, and he's sort of taken aback by it. And then she goes, "Oh, you can just call me Annie." And he goes, "No, Annaline will be fine."
Right.
Right? all these triggering moments for Obi-Wan throughout this book are really good. The way that they put them in there, I find. Like, people could say, "Oh, how coincidental is that Annie, Annalene just happens to have a very similar name to Anakin," but it really does work.
Her nickname
I didn't feel that way at all.
Yeah,
in fact, it's like little Oakley Annie, on the prairie and stuff. That's what it was more supposed to be.
Yep.
Yeah.
In my opinion,
also,
a Western reference.
Yeah, and I'll follow up with this. Obi-Wan didn't know or particularly know that, his nickname was Annie, because Obi-Wan didn't have any, interactions when they were on Tatooine when they first discovered him. And I believe after the fact, from what I remember, that nickname kind of just went away because they would call him Skywalker or Anakin at the temple and stuff. So I think that, to me, that was like, okay, I can kind of get it, but, it's not a huge like triggering point for him, because
he even asks if it's a family name,
yes,
like, and it specifically make sure that you can see that Obi-Wan's just had a little moment there where he's had a little reminder, and it happens throughout the story, which is really cool,
right?
But the one thing that you don't see throughout all of this, up until you've basically seen it from Obi-Wan's perspective and everything, is you actually get to see these events from Eeyark's perspective. Now, I want to Eeyark and the Tuscans. I just want to talk specifically about them for a second. So,
all right, Tuscan Bob, brace yourself. Here we go. We're talking about your people.
We're talking about your tribe.
Your people.
Your people. So, Eeyark is a very, very strong Tuscan leader. And the one thing that I will say that I love about this book is the amount of lore that it gives you for the Tuscans. They are still written to be brutal in the way that they go about their actions and what they decide to do. And so Eeyark is actually sort of standing up on a ridge somewhere, and she can see this chase going on between Obi-Wan, Annalene, and Callie.
Yeah.
And he sees Obi-Wan use the Force to stop the beast from falling on Annalene. The funny thing is, though, is that Eeyark thinks that it's actually Annalene who is the air shaper, is what he calls her, I believe. Is that is the wind air shaper? So he thinks it's her, not Obi-Wan. So again, that just goes to show, I don't know what, he just lost connection.
It's like, I'm done.
Yeah, it's just the two of us. We can make it if we try.
Just the two.
Yeah. Here he is. He's back. He needs to. No, your mic's muted. I mean, you're muted.
I don't know why it does that. I was switching. If I switch a screen, which I was typing something in the chat. Because I love hearing you talk about the EU. Just so much better than you getting aggravated every time you try to watch new canon.
Yeah, I know.
Like when you drag poor Tuscan Bob and Tim through the mud, making him watch Book of Boba Fett, you can see the I want to kill myself, and it's only Thursday face on Tim's face, and Tuscan just has a picture. I remember Tuscan Bob had the big tear drop on him at one time with the, and I can see he's like the. Like he's the Tuscan Raider that if I was on a speeder on Tatooine and I threw some trash out in the sand, he would be the one with the single tear running down his cheek.
Oh, no, you did not.
You're welcome, Alora. You're welcome.
You did not go there.
That's funny.
I mean, and that's Tuscan Bob was like, I want to kill myself, but I love Ryno, so I'll be back next week.
Well, the funny thing is that Greg loves.
Look at the difference here. I did want to make a point. You talking about that show You're aggravated. You're angry. It doesn't make sense. You're fist pounding. You're table flipping, raging Ryno, and now there's nothing but excitement. There's nothing but joy. There's nothing but look at this, and then there's this, and then I love it. I really love it, and that's because it does.
Absolutely, it's because it tells a good story. I mean, I think Greg doesn't mind too much because he likes seeing my reactions. And he'll just sit there and laugh.
That's why you do it. Everyone loves to do it. But those pills that he keeps going for, folks, it's just Viagra. So
that's why I said the blue pill.
That's why I said blue pills.
I'm totally kidding.
Let me finish this. Because we got another thing. But Yark sees what happens. Again, thinks that Annalene is the one that's got the Force abilities, and basically comes to the plan that the Tuscans need to stop Annalene before she can teach this power to the other settlers. Mm-hmm. So that is their motivation for doing the daytime raids, the morning raids, and things that are about to, the events that are about to take place, which is really cool. The way that they set this story up, again, is just great. They set up, that again, for maybe 3 or 4 chapters, you've got no Obi-Wan. It's just setting up the story, and you get your payoff. That's the great thing about it, is that at the very end of this book, the payoff is so good because it wraps up every little element, every little story, and every little problem that Obi-Wan had, to the point where now he is content with what he's done. Go on.
Remember, he finds that old data pad with her resume to go to for the Alderaan University. He's like, "Oh, are you going to go?" She went, "Look at the date. That thing's like 20 years old." That was my little coin jar from Up. I was saving up for that trip I always wanted to make that never happened. I mean, it's so, and you automatically go, "What?" Because he gets in touch with Bail Organa. This could happen, but how they do it, because and it'd been a while, so I forgot what happened to Oren here, but with his, we're not going to the end yet, but they don't get spoilers. They don't get together. In fact, it goes not completely different way, but a different way you didn't think, because Obi-Wan, at first it looks like it's trying to set up a love triangle. Obi-Wan is the unwilling, he's the unwilling triangle in that. But the thing is, though, it turns out
it's not even close to that.
It's not even close to that. And again, take the detour. He didn't go the easy path. And they hooked up and they lived happily, because it took one man to get him all riled up and fight for his woman, which is what you think that's the direction it's going in.
It's just like the twist. It's that twist.
And I love that. I love that, because it could have gone that way and we'd have been praising the book anyway. But no, this is how you truly subvert someone's expectations and take it a different path, yet don't slap the fans across the face while you're doing it. It's so good. I'm sorry, I keep wanting to.
No. That's what we're here for. We're here to talk about it.
Well, I don't want to skip ahead.
But
I'm trying to stay on target.
Sorry that. I want to add this about Ayark noticing the airbender and being fascinated with it. It ties up, and this goes continuity wise. It ties up, and we'll get into the story more as we progress along in the novel here, but it ties up the events that happened with, Asherad Het, and are discovering that, and Obi-Wan later on, that's revealed in Legacy Comics. So that kind of ties that up, like how his dad, influenced the Tuscan Raiders, and now the son, he has to deal with the son later. And so again, another way of tying continuity and making the story, valid with, Obi-Wan's interactions with the Het family and past and present. So I really like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, we will get up to Sharad Het and talking a little bit about that and why that is relevant. But again, with this setup, I don't think we're going to really be able to sort of break down too much until we go through sort of half the story, at least, when it starts to get to the sort of climactic end in regards to, because there's so much, again, that gets paid off in this book from the early chapters, right? The story is being built, and once again, you do get your great payoff. So from that moment, we're going to then go back to this. So again, as I mentioned, Obi-Wan Kenobi sort of rides off while Annalene is trying to find out his last name, and circumstances of events are a bit simple still. Essentially, Obi-Wan has saved Annalene's daughter's life, Callie, and they have pretty much fallen in love with him. I also love the fact that Annalene mentions that decades worth, or at least like a decade worth of training Callie about that nothing good comes from the wastes. Nothing, you'll if you find somebody out there that needs help, nobody's going to help you, so don't help them, sort of thing. And she's seeing those lessons just be obliterated before her eyes because Annalene is so accepting of Obi-Wan. So again, great tie-ins, great world building, great character development for these characters. But here we go. We're going to listen to the next meditation session that Obi-Wan has.
Meditation. Let's try this again. I'm afraid I haven't had any success with this means of communication, Master.
Wait.
Can't hear anything.
You muted your mic, Ryno.
Yeah, we can't hear anything.
Uh-oh. He had to go. So while he stepped away real quick, what he's doing is he's
hang on,
get some sweet love in on the side, folks.
Was that not coming through?
It wasn't.
You had your mic muted.
But
yeah,
I'm sharing audio. It should be playing anyway, even if I'm muted.
It's not playing right now. It's not playing now.
Oh, you fucking computer fucking shit.
Now's the time to mute your mic, folks. Okay.
Tuscan Bob says, best clip ever. Now he doesn't have to run and get his pills.
Now I got to go back.
The world at the same time is the answer. The city, even a village like Anchorhead, like someone knows what that is.
No.
Staying to the rhythm of the desert. Yes. Meditation.
All right. Fuck. Now let me just mute myself and see if you can hear it.
Let's try this again. I'm afraid I haven't had any success with this means of communication, Master Qui-Gon. Perhaps you haven't had anything to say?
And it's gone again.
Yeah.
It was good until he says, I'll be right back, and then it's gone.
But that's okay, because I'll tell you, the clip is pretty good. The
What?
sounds pretty good reading it. It's fine. It's fine. Go do what you have to do.
No, it's because I keep unplugging my headphones so I can hear it while I'm running away. So what I'm going to do is... I can't believe that. How fucking stupid's that?
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
It's fine. It's
Go
good.
do what you need to do.
No.
I'm good. I got this.
Here we go.
He's like, I got control of this ish. Yeah, it's good. Just
okay.
There you go.
So again, just I will say the meditation scenes definitely get better as the story progresses. But it really gives you a mindset of where he's at. I love the fact that him and Owen have had a conversation, and pretty much Owen is pretty right in what he's saying. He doesn't want to draw any attention to himself. He doesn't even want to use the one-way message call back to Bail Organa just to let him know he's okay and settled in. And again, that becomes relevant later to what you were talking about with the pad. Because there's something that comes up on that, and he uses the message call. But any thoughts in regards to that, guys? Like I think you want to add?
I think it's right on track with everything because, like, again, he is such a public figure that he has to learn how to, hide in plain sight, but not make himself, noticeable or even get known by the local community's eyes for the fact that maybe, that the Empire might have their eyes on the towns on Tatooine. There's only a few, like, ports or big cities, like, 4 of them, I believe, Bestine, Anchorhead, Mos Eisley, and Mos Espa, I believe. And so, he doesn't want to be known or familiar to them because of the fact that it could cause a problem for him in exile, as well as his mission with Luke and training and all that, and being the most wanted Jedi.
Well, there's also Obi-Wan's stuck between a bit of a rock and a hard place, right? Because again, we mentioned earlier, he was a bit of a poster boy for the Republic. Him and Anakin were a bit of a poster. They were famous, known pretty much galaxy-wide. Maybe not so far as the outreaches of the Outer Rim, like Tatooine is, and because there was a massive sway to the Hutts and there was no Republic influence on Tatooine, there was slavery and all these things, right? Less famous, you could say, on those planets. But so let's say he goes into Anchorhead and somebody was to recognize him because it's a big port and there's people coming in and out of there, right? Or even Mos Eisley or wherever, right? There could be that situation. But then there's also the situation that if he starts going into these smaller towns and everything, that they're so local and everybody sort of knows each other that he'll be too recognized. Not the fact that he was the poster boy, but he'd be too, he'd get to be known too well, if that makes sense. So he's sort of got to go on, Matt. You sort of got to measure that up.
Yeah, and let's everyone, when you're listening to this, you gotta listen. This is the tone. Like I said, John Jackson Miller got into the head of Obi-Wan Kenobi so good because this is a man asking for help. Remember, he's saying, Qui-Gon, I know you won't talk to me, but maybe you listen. Oh my gosh, that's like Greg after taking his pills. That's hard.
Yeah.
Okay. Not to hear Qui-Gon respond back. Not to even. He hopes that he's listening. Yeah, I did. Oh, great. But the thing is, though, that you're just he's wanting to talk. He can't talk to anyone right now. He can't.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's and it's funny because I got the ending of this mixed up with Dark Lord, Rise of Darth Vader.
Oh yeah.
The ending to that one, the little epilogue.
Can I just show you something? Can I just quickly show you something?
Yeah.
Where it's 6 minutes 6. We're gonna get there.
Oh, good. Okay. Because when I was reading Kenobi, I was like, wait a minute, where's the epilogue? And then later on, I reread Dark Lord, Rise of Darth Vader. I was like, oh, there it is.
Tying it together. And what I wanted to mention real quick is that, Tatooine is so far off, like a back world water planet, I guess you could say, even though it's not water or anything like that. They just got done with a lot of the Outer Rim sieges with the Clone Wars. So even if they don't know him as the poster boy, there was a lot of influence that they had, like the Republic had when they were fighting the Outer Rims, they were Outer Rim sieges. It may not have affected Tatooine, but and they do know, but it's so secluded that they know, but they don't know everything. And that's why, another reason why, Obi-Wan chose Tatooine on top of that. And then the presence of the Empire was there, but it was barely there. They just went in there, and I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit, is to secure I guess you could say, the offices that the Republic had, like to clean it out, clear it out and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Yep. So moving on from this moment, so he sort of says that he decides, I probably won't go. Well, he does end up going, but we'll get there. So it's been, I think, a couple of days, right? And over these couple of days, Callie, the one that got rescued, Annaline's daughter, is ranting and raving about her rescuer, Ben. That's all she knows him by. They only know him by Ben. They don't know his last name or anything like that. And, it's getting to the point now where Annaline even says to Oren, like, I'm not even in the story anymore. Like, so she's been just, apparently there were Sarlaccs everywhere and everything. Oh, by the way, the beast that broke the leg, that levitated and Obi-Wan sort of saved Annaline's life, gets eaten by a Sarlacc in that moment too. So they see that get devoured. But so yeah, just going back to where we are. So we're in the Oasis. We're in Danar's claim. A bit of conversation going on, and what happens? Oren's going to try and get more people to sign up to the settlers call, right? Right. And again, this story, there's a couple of things to this story. The one big thing that I really want to point out is that the overall story of this, I truly believe, is Obi-Wan making what Anakin did to the Tuscans right, without even knowing it. Right. So what Anakin did to the Tuscans in Attack of the Clones is the result of what's actually going on right now. And this is, without even Obi-Wan knowing it, he's almost repairing that wrong.
Yeah.
Go on, Matt. What were we going to say?
At the end, we find out that what Anakin did changed the Tuscans' attitude toward rage.
That's what I mean. But that's what I mean, and that's where no,
you're right. You're right. And Obi-Wan, basically,
and Oren Galt obviously does what he does because of the scenario, what the situation that happened. So again, at the end of the day, I feel like this overall story is, oh my God.
I know, we all laughed at that one.
So anyway, where was I at?
Justifying Tuscaside.
Yeah.
No, you're right. So Obi-Wan makes amends for Anakin's previous transgression.
It's not justifying it at all.
It's a wonderful. He couldn't save Anakin, but he can kind of clean up some of the mess that Anakin left in his previous life.
But without even knowing that it was
without even knowing
that it was Anakin that made the mess.
Yeah.
Without even knowing that. So, well, all right. Let's just talk about that for a second. Let's bring it in. So, what happened? After the events of Attack of the Clones and what Anakin did to the Tuscans results in the Tuscans being that scared, being that afraid of what happened, right? An entire village was wiped out to the point where they stopped raiding as often as they were doing it. There were a lot more planned out raids with the Tuscans, but they were doing them a hell of a lot less. Now, what happened was Oren Galt had this settlers call thing set up. Now, it was while the Tuscans were constantly raiding, it was affluent. It was he was getting people signing up. The money was coming in. Everything was going really good. It then gets to a point where the incident happens, right? Anakin kills all the Tuscans in that tribe. The Tuscans go, holy shit, the settlers are way more powerful than we could have ever have realized. And they stop raiding as often as they do. They don't stop completely, but they do slow down on their raiding. So Oren Galt, the fund starts to dry up. People start to not, and the problem with that is that he had borrowed money to set up a lot of these things. A lot of the vehicles that were on there were on a lease. Like, he owned nothing, but also had no money. And it was all based on this harvest of water that was the most spectacular water to ever be harvested on Tatooine that he could never get, right? He could never get like that formula right to create that sparkling, beautiful, cold, beautiful water, right? So
which is a good idea. It's like having a fine crop.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So I even like that.
So he's borrowing all of this money. I'm pretty much, we're sort of jumping to the end with this part of the story, but it's okay because you know, it's good to know this as we're sort of going through it anyway, and it means that we can sort of reference it too. So Oren Galt borrowed money from the bank. The bank then sort of started to foreclose on him after the events of Attack of the Clones, and he then starts borrowing money from the Hutts, right? Then it's still not working for him. It's still not happening for him. So that fear and the fear really leads him to essentially act out raids himself. So him and his kids dress up like Tuscan Raiders and go out and raid properties that won't sign up to the fund, right? To try and get them to sign up to the fund. A bit like what Palpatine was doing in manipulating the war, you know? Again, there's another great reference in this where Obi-Wan actually mentions, it actually might be in one of the meditation things, so we might actually hear it. But, oh no, I think it's when he's talking to Annalene. Anyway, he mentions
I think there's a little bit of both. I think there's a little bit of both in a way, but this is all tied to, okay, so it does give an explanation of like how the settlers call, you know, established, and it references back to Shmi's kidnapping and them going after to find her, and you know, and like there was like 30 something of them, I think, and only like 4 or 5 survived, and you know, Klieg Lars was one of them, but he basically lost his legs and stuff, and we see him on that repulsor chair. And then so that's what kind of sparked the settlers call because of that tragedy. And I really like that about that, because it just references back to Attack of the Clones and what had happened. And then another reference to how Shmi got kidnapped was the fact that she was, you know, out there foraging for mushrooms and stuff that they have that grow around the moisture or the evaporators. And they already seen that there was a lot of Tuscans, you know, kind of like around the perimeters, like off and on throughout the time frame, like a week or so, and she ended up getting kidnapped. And so that was, you know, also in the lore as well. So there's a little bit of connection there, that you know, a little bit of history there, that, you know, with that. And then, you know, Oren basically used fear to sell his product, and out of desperation for not getting any more funds in, he, you know, basically then started doing the raids himself. And and that's kind of what builds up, and that's where he turns into the antagonist. Antagonist doesn't necessarily need to be the villain. The antagonist needs to be against the protagonist in some way, shape, or form. So, yeah.
But I truly see the bad that he is obviously doing. Like he's pretending to be a Tuscan Raider and go out and raiding farms. Now, they're not particularly killing anyone, but it's causing the Tuscans to now retaliate against that. How much of an insult is it to have these settlers dressing up like Tuscans and pretending to be us? Like, how dare they, sort of thing, to the point where the Yark is now willing to do day raids, and especially to try and get to Annalene to kill her, because she's the air shaper, she's the Force user. So again, the way this story all ties up and then concludes, I know that we've pretty much told Oren's story already just now, but it's kind of good to know that as we're moving through. And if you've read the book in the chat, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, well, like we said, there's going to be spoilers, so we're sort of spoiling this a little bit early. But okay, so after that, what then happens? Oh, so Oren's got to go and try and get more settlers to sign up to the call. So he goes away from the Oasis to go and do that. While he's on his way out, he calls Annalene and says, oh, there's somebody on their way in. Now, she immediately thinks that it's Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's not Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's the Sandcrawler. The fucking, why am I blanking? Jawas, right? So the Jawas show up, and I love this scene for I love this scene because I like to use it against the whole strong female characters, right? In what we've got to see today on screen and all this kind of thing. So let me explain what happens here. Annalene married Dana, and that's why it's called Dana's claim. and he got killed by a Tuscan raid that happened while he was helping somebody out on the range. So she's now taken over, and essentially what it is like they don't let anyone buy directly from the Jawas. They buy the stuff, and then if they don't want to pay their markup, well, piss off. That's sort of
yeah. Well, that's Anna Lynn's rule, right?
That's her rule.
She doesn't want them giving leeway to any competition.
Yeah,
right.
Correct. So, so she goes out there and she's telling her kids to grab their rifles and everything, and she basically just makes this announcement that, you know, if you buy from the Jawas, I'm not going to shoot the Jawas because all they know is how to trade, and that's it. That's what they do. But you know where you are. And if you're not going to pay our markup, then, you know, it's your life. And they're all the crowd's all pissed off and everything. But she fires a blaster into the sky and goes, well, that's the way it is, sort of thing. And I
love it.
Excellent. Mm-hmm. Great scene. Or great moment. So while all of that's going on, guess who shows up? Obi-Wan Kenobi. He decided to catch a ride with the Jawas. Ends up arriving there, and now all the attention's gone on Obi-Wan. He's just there to get a few supplies and all of this sort of thing. Annalene can sort of tell that he's sort of really setting up. I mean, she even references, why is he buying rags? It means that he's got no old clothes that he can use to, you know, use as rags. So
it shows her that she's very insightful. She's looking at the details. This isn't a country bumpkin. This is a very smart woman.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. So really, really, really good there. Callie's like, she's head over heels for Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like, she's always trying to get his attention and all this kind of stuff.
She spins that story so much too. It's like that story. Every time we hear her talk about the rescue that Kenobi did with her, you know, and stuff, it's always it gets more flashier and like she erases her mom in the story.
Yeah,
Laura, your kids are older than mine, but I'm sure they have told you the same story about this one boy and one thing he did, and they tell you the story over and over, and it's obvious they love him or they have a crush on him. And you tell the same story over and over and over again. And that's exactly what she's doing. And it's perfect. It's because you know that character.
Right.
You know what type of character that is. It's great.
Yes.
So what then happens? Oren Galt's kids show up, don't they? Vika and
Mullen? Was it Mullen?
Mullen Galt. That's it.
Yeah.
And they've got a friend that was also beaten up in that opening scene in Bestine. But essentially they start picking a fight with Obi-Wan. I don't exactly remember how Obi-Wan sort of defuses the situation. I know he sort of provokes it a little bit at first.
He makes a wisecrack because he can't help himself.
Yeah, because that's the classic one.
Yeah, but then it sort of gets a little bit out of control. He does take the feed that he buys for his Eopie with him, but he leaves an entire crate worth of shopping that he's essentially paid for. He leaves that behind to just get out of there, right? He wants to defuse the whole situation and just leave. So he pretty much leaves. There might be stuff that I'm missing, but we can jump around a little bit, I guess. But he goes and he then runs into Oren on his way out, or I can't remember exactly how they cross paths. But Oren then starts trying to recruit Obi-Wan to the Settlers Call, showing him around his farm and all this kind of stuff, giving him water that's amazing. And Obi-Wan sort of says that he needs to think about it a little bit. And just as Oren is maybe possibly going to get a sign up today, get somebody over, or at least he thinks he is, his kids now show up, the two that were basically picking on Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan decides to leave and get out of there. And that's pretty much where we're at. Anything to add?
No, it's a good scene.
Not really.
Good about it.
All right.
Yeah, that's like the beginning, and I know that it climaxes afterwards. You know, we every time we have that, you know, Obi-Wan comes back, something else further, and we'll get into it happens, and it, you know, comes to a head. So, yeah. So
that's how Greg put it when he was listening to it. Climax, head, everything. All right, let's play this next clip.
I probably won't, though.
Okay, so that's the end of the last one.
Meditation. Today was interesting. I took a chance and went to the Peak Oasis. Danos claim, the big compound up there. They have just about everything I need, except maybe an army to free the Republic. But I didn't stay. That's part of the problem. There are too many people there, but not quite enough either. The bigger places like Mos Eisley, I can lose myself in. So many travelers come in and out. This place is busy too, but the Oasis also has a lot of regulars who do nothing but watch the comings and goings all day. My arrival was, I'm ashamed to say, something of a spectacle. And my departure too. I can't let that happen again. I also met one of the big landowners on the way out. Oren Galt, something of a local institution. I was reluctant to talk to him too long, and I tried to say nothing of substance, but he's nice enough, and I sense that he feels better if he knows everyone who's around. Trying to hide from a man like him might not be wise. He seems to mean well. And this settler's call system of his could be the answer to my problems keeping an eye on the Lars family, if their service could be extended that far to the east. I know it would be better not to involve them. But if Anakin's mother was taken, it could happen again. I'm here to protect the child. When it comes to the Tuscans, the locals' help might come in handy. It's a threat they're familiar with. I had a brush with the Sand people years earlier when you and I brought Padme here. They're formidable warriors. If something happens such that I can't continue my watch, well, let's not think about that. But it's nice to have options. Oren, again, he's very much a hail fellow well met. I like him. Quite the salesman, to be sure. And while he's obviously very proud of what he's built out here, he also seems a little self-conscious about it. Enough so that he tries to put on an air of humility. Even if it's just a sales ploy, I think it's a little endearing. Anakin could have used a bit of that. We were all impressed with what he could do. But he was impressed too. And not in the least thankful for it. No, not near the end. I have his lightsaber, you know. It's right here, sitting in my hands. Some nights, like this, I just sit and stare at it, wondering what I could have done to help him. I look, and I look, for answers. Then I put it away in the trunk and try to forget. It's impossible, of course. Maybe if he'd grown older, had been able to grow older, he'd have gotten some perspective. But that just wasn't to be. If only he'd listened to reason, hadn't forced me to do what I had to do, then I wouldn't be here now feeling like a... No. Good night, Qui-Gon.
Okay. So, during this particular evening, what happens over this night? There's does somebody get raided? I can't remember exactly now.
It does happen around this time, but I don't know. I know Anna said she didn't like the guy reading it, but so far from what I've heard, it sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all.
No,
again, maybe it's the way
like
she's listening to it.
Yeah, I didn't know Stieg read books, but it's pretty solid. Pretty solid. I'm enjoying this again. I mean, you're playing these great clips, and here's the thing: everyone knows about me. If you don't know about me, I hate first person. But in this book, I don't mind at all because I don't know. He's talking to Qui-Gon is the thing, and it you play that super chat. That's pretty funny.
Yeah. $2. This stream is now property of John Williams. Thank you.
That $2 just went to the fund too. Thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, anyway, it's just again, it's just a really solid story there, and I don't mind him. And the way he's talking to Qui-Gon, you would expect him to. And it's hard because you don't know if someone's on the other side of the line. He still doesn't know if Qui-Gon's talking to him. And that question never gets answered in this book, I'm okay with. Even though, I'll be honest, it would have been nice to have that Rise of Lord Vader epilogue at the end of Kenobi.
Oh,
That
I
would have been-
completely agree. The very first
Yeah.
time I read this, I was just disappointed that there was never any contact made with Qui-Gon.
There
Like-
should have been at the end. Just maybe just one word, Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon. That's the end.
Yeah,
Like,
that would have
have
been
him-
perfect.
Just have him say his name and him go Qui-Gon with
Yeah.
a question mark, and that's how it ends.
But I do want to make this point, and again, it ties in with the rise of Darth Vader. That the end of that you were talking about earlier. Qui-Gon, I feel like Qui-Gon isn't talking to him on purpose. Like, if he was to ask these questions of Qui-Gon right now, and Qui-Gon was to give him the answers, well, that's not really Obi-Wan following the Force, is it? Unless you count Qui-Gon as the Force, but it is Qui-Gon's consciousness, right, within the Force. So again, you've got to allow Qui-Gon really shouldn't interfere. But then when they finally do, it's because Obi-Wan starts freaking out and starts thinking that he's got to take extra measures that he doesn't have to take. And Qui-Gon just comes in, settles him down and goes, "You're doing the right thing." And then that's it. Like there's obviously lessons that take place after that. But I'm sure that if Obi-Wan would ask the question, "Oh, Qui-Gon, what do you think? Should I be going into the Oasis or should I go into one of these, bigger?" Qui-Gon shouldn't be giving him those answers.
Yeah, and I misspoke earlier. It doesn't happen in the book Kenobi. It happens in the first two novels of Jude Watson's Last of the Jedi,
Right.
where he learns the lesson and starts opening up for Qui-Gon. Yes, I just realized I read all these together recently, and obviously the stories are running together for me. But I just realized I misspoke earlier. But yeah. So the overarching story, even though I wish we could at least, I agree with Ryno completely. I wish we could at least heard from Qui-Gon at the end, because he's talking to him the whole time. Now, John Jackson Miller knew he probably couldn't do that right now because of continuity. Because I believe I know for a fact James Luceno's Rise of Lord Vader, that came out prior to Kenobi. So he said, okay, that happens here, or mine happens a little bit before that, so I can't have him talk to Qui-Gon yet. Or
they sort of overlap. They sort of almost take place.
They're
can't
parallel.
take place at the same
They're
time.
parallel with each other.
They could, but that's probably why he couldn't do it, because the first time he hears Qui-Gon is in that book.
Correct.
So for continuity, something, folks, you will not get in the new canon. For continuity's sake, and not to insult the reader, he could not do that, even though it really would have been nice if he did.
And
that's
I'm
where Disney would
different
have
from
just.
you too. I'm different from you too. I loved how Kenobi led up to him and saying, everything's good now. The universe is here. Luke Skywalker's down here safe. Blah blah blah. I like that. I like that ending. And then after, then getting into Dark Lord, Rise of Darth Vader was it was like just kind of like, oh crap. Okay, so he does end up, finally communing with him, and and having that conversation with him. And discovering that Vader survived. And so I think that was well tied in, and it brings in continuity, and it doesn't, like Matt said, it doesn't, bother what was written before. That also expounds on it a little bit more. And
just remember, guys, everything that we're hearing, all this Kenobi stuff, all throughout these moments, Obi-Wan Kenobi believes that Anakin Vader is dead. He believes that he was successful in destroying Vader.
Right.
He has no idea that Vader is still alive. He knows who Vader is. He knows what the name Vader means. But he doesn't know that he is actually still alive in this moment. And doesn't really find out until, again, the rise of Darth Vader. But we will get there. I can't remember exactly what happens overnight here, but there is definitely some shit that takes place. But then I do recall... hang on. Let's just go straight into this, because I believe this is his meditation the very next morning after he just said goodnight to Qui-Gon. Hold on one sec.
Meditation. Good morning, Qui-Gon.
Yes.
Quiet here as always. I know there are seasons on this planet, but I'm still not sure which one I'm in. but it is peaceful. You know, we trained ourselves to be able to find solace even in the busiest places. Coruscant teemed with souls, and we meditated right at the center of it. By comparison, you'd think this place would be ideal for meditation. I can't tell you why it isn't. You used to say that in cases like this, the problem wasn't the place, it was the person. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do about that. It's not as though I'm going to be any less worried about things after I've been here 6 months, or 6 years, or however long it takes for hope to return to the galaxy. It's not like I'm going to suddenly get my friends back. It's not like I'm going to feel any better about what I had to do to poor Anakin. It's not like... No, I'm sorry. I don't feel like doing this right now.
Okay. Again, another great little sort of from that opening meditation thing, from the opening part of this book, nothing has really changed for Obi-Wan other than the fact that he's trying to move forward and he is really struggling to settle himself. He's struggling to meditate. He's struggling to just be there and be in the moment and all of that sort of thing. And everything that he keeps thinking about goes back to what he had to do to Anakin, you know, what's happened to the galaxy, all of that sort of thing. This then moves us to Annalene taking is this bit? Annalene taking the shopping to no, because she doesn't know where he lives yet, right?
She does later on. She goes.
She does
to,
later
like,
on. Sorry, I'm getting my moments mixed up.
Yeah, it's later on that she will. Yeah.
So I'm just trying to remember exactly because
back in is this where he goes back or they meet or something, or I forget, but basically he goes back to Oasis and the pod racings happen, so he happily goes back because there's no interaction with anybody but Annalene and it's quiet there. Is this the next
But
scene?
see, that happens. I'm sure Annalene must take that shopping that he left behind to him in this moment, but I don't know, because she wouldn't know where he lives. Because then what happens is she, in that moment, tells Obi-Wan that there's a race on this day and come in on that day and there'll be nobody there.
Yeah.
So he goes to the Oasis again on this day where there's a pod race happening and there's supposed to be nobody there or anything. I think there is still a little bit more context of something that we're missing in regards to the Tuscans as well in between there. But you basically get the idea that based on what we told you before about what's happening with Oren Galt, what the Tuscans have seen, what Yak has seen in regards to the Air Shaper and now wanting to get rid of Annalene because she thinks that that's the person. That's basically the crux of the story. Now, when Obi-Wan does go back while there's nothing going on, there's some great dialogue that takes place between Annalene and Obi-Wan. But then it comes to, I can't remember why Annalene gets the vehicle out. I think she was going to drive Obi-Wan back to his house.
Yeah, she was gonna drive him back.
Drive Obi-Wan back home, and he's like, "No, I don't want to put you out." And she's like, "There's no one here. What are you talking about? I'm going to drive you." So as she's getting the speeder out, people start arriving back from the race. The race got cancelled early and everything. Oren Galt's kids cause a car accident and all of car accident in effect. And just a bit of shit just goes haywire for a little while. And Annalene is pissed. She's angry. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, and this is why I think we're missing something, because then they decide to target the number one vaporator that's got the alarm on it. And a Yak realizes that the crate dragon call isn't real.
That's all the same thing. They come, all this, the kids get drunk, crash the land speeder from the race. They coming back from the race a little bit early. Everyone's coming to the party. But of course, that's at the time where the Raiders do an unheard of raid, take out the vaporator because they know that's what they're taking out the settler's call. is what they're doing.
They're trying to take out the
And
settlers.
they're trying to take it out, and that's where Obi-Wan goes in there with what we think is no weapons. Suddenly, all the Tuscan Raiders are defeated, and all there is the little drunk who stays by the bar. And so he gets to tell this tale of what happened, and Obi-Wan's pretending, you should have seen him. You held them all off with one blast, right? Did. And then by the time everyone's there, he's like, there I was, just taking over the story. Now Obi-Wan is at the clear, even though Anna Lynn's like, something doesn't add up here.
Something there, that's right.
And it's a great scene, once again, hiding who he is, giving the credit to someone else.
Still being that, Jedi and still providing help, but having to do it so covertly that, again, like even when they're watching the security video, the security cameras that are on in the bar, like they still can't actually see what's going on.
And there's one more thing that we're missing. This goes into the settlers' call and selling the water that that tastes so great, best in the Outer Rim, sweet, blah blah blah. Oren comes from the races with a couple of clients that are going to set up a hotel on Tatooine and want his water because that would bring people in, kind of deal. And so when this action starts happening, they get excited because they thought it was a stage, like, oh, they're going to show us like basically a Western fight, you know, and stuff like that. And when then they realized that it was a real fight after one of them gets shot.
One of them, gets killed. But the Tuscans start attacking that number one Vaporator, but are unsuccessful in destroying the alarm, the Crate Dragon call, but they are successful in destroying the water, the amazing water that is produced from it, which makes things even worse for Oren, to be completely honest with you. But the Crate Dragon call still works. The Tuscans start retreating, and Iyak's like, if only I was working with people that weren't fucking stupid, sort of thing.
That's exactly what he says.
Exactly.
So he used the F word, but he nailed it.
Yeah.
So the
stupid.
Tuscans are retreating, but they're also retreating in the wrong fucking direction. They're about to corner themselves. They're about to basically be trapped in this place where they're just going to get annihilated. So Iyak's got to go after them. Of course, the settlers go after them. They've just had an attack in the middle of the day at the Oasis, which is unheard of. And the reason why it was so well planned out by Iyak was because all Iyak wanted to do was capture and either turn Annalene or kill Annalene, right?
Right.
I mean, the preference would have been probably to kill her so that she can't teach anyone how to be an air shaper, right? But I think there was this idea of also maybe capturing her as well. But
I think it was kind of opposite because of the fact that the Het's influence on how the Force and how their training and how their survival and all them caring for others has influenced the Tuscan tribes and made them grow and stuff. So that first and foremost, she wanted her so that they can get the same results as the Hets did for them, versus killing. But in the end, that would have been the last one of the resorts, is killing her if they couldn't have her. Yeah.
So also, too, in this moment, obviously there's now this chase going on. The Tuscans are retreating. The settlers are all following them to basically try and kill as many of them as they can. In that moment, Annalene realizes that Jabe has gone with them, her son, and she's going as well. Obi-Wan decides to go with her, and they go and follow this band of settlers chasing Tuscans. Now, I do believe that the settlers get this high ground over the Tuscans that are sort of trapped in this area, and they just start killing them all, just killing them. And Obi-Wan and Annalene are sort of watching from the other side, and I don't exactly remember the circumstances of events, and I can't remember exactly who kills Iyak's last child. Who is it? Is it Obi-Wan, or is it actually... Who kills Iyak's final son?
It was during one of the raids, and I think
No. The one that Obi-Wan puts on the speeder bike and pushes towards her in that moment. It was one of the Raiders. It was.
I think it was just one of the Raiders.
One of the Raiders
I don't
from
think
a
we're
distance
told.
shot him and everything.
Yeah, I don't think we're told who it is. Yeah.
So
we're not.
Also, too, the one great thing that I love about this is that Ayark is now found out to be a female. Everybody thought that Ayark was a male Tuscan because a war leader of the Tuscan Raiders is usually a male. Again, Disney, if you wanted to bring in your strong fucking female characters, they were already fucking there. Anyway, Ayark is a female and her final son has now died. In that moment, it's actually really well done. I feel that the way that Obi-Wan goes about draping the body over the speeder bike and walking it over there with the Gaddafi and putting that on the ground the way he does and essentially giving back her son. But in amongst all of that, like Annalene is shocked, right, by the conversation that's taking place. And this is where Sharat Het is now brought into it, because even though Annalene can't see the lightsaber, it's almost like Obi-Wan intentionally made Ayark be able to see the lightsaber, right? But also, too, in that moment, then he realized that Ben, or Obi-Wan, is the air shaper, right? Because there's all the conversation that takes place about Sharat Het and all of that. Again, some really good content in there. Just expanding on the lore, really. It just gives you more and more and more without overwhelming you or anything like that. I love parts of the book like that. I can't exactly remember what happens at the end of all of that conversation.
Of which one again?
The one where the Raiders are shooting at all the Tuscans. Obi-Wan hates what he's seeing, or this side of Oren Gold.
And Annalyn doesn't like it either. And
he makes sure that
he saves the son, and that's when the Tuscan Raider, the body, he gets it to the mother. That's when we find out that Plug Eye,
is
actually a woman. Yeah, and that's the revelation. After that,
I'm trying to remember what then happens. Because there's no deal that's
to celebrate another victory. He's trying to ramp up funds again. And she's like, don't you already have enough? He said, you can never have enough. We need more. And we're going to build it up and build it better. And all this stuff, because they're talking about a big win there where, it's more disgusting. And I think that is later on when she does go to Obi-Wan's house.
I think it's because
supplies later on.
That's right.
She's seeing Oren through a different Annalyn seeing Oren through a different perspective. Like, you've never been this violent before, and glorifying in the
But not only that, that's when Annalyn drives Obi-Wan home after that, right? And she's trying to ask Obi-Wan questions, and he's giving her nothing.
He's
right? Absolutely, almost a complete silent treatment. He's pretending that he can't hear her. And again, there's some conversation that sort of takes place between them there. That's right, because he leaves his shopping behind and his Eyopi behind because they went after the Raiders. So he forgets his water, forgets his Eyopi, and they go off and do all of that.
He leaves it. He just leaves
he leaves it there. She gives him a lift home, and she's trying to say, you can come back to the Oasis and I'll put you up for the night, and then you can go in the morning. He's like, no, that's fine. So then they get back. He gets back home. And then, let's listen. Let's listen to what he has to say about it. He has to think. I got to get rid of that other one.
Meditation. I don't know what you can see from where you are, Qui-Gon, but I doubt you missed today's trip. No, once again, I wasn't intending for it to be a big production. You don't have to tell me what our mutual teacher used to say. I don't crave excitement or adventure, or rather, I crave them not, as he would have put it. I was going to the store for water. on a day when nobody was supposed to be there. That's all. I thought my tricky moment for the day was running into the little old man from the incident at Anchorhead. He seems to be a regular at the claim. When he didn't remember me, I thought I was free. Instead, I got into a riot and a range war. And I forgot all about the water. And my EOP. Will there be a galactic incident every time I want to get out of the house? Because I can stay home in that case. Really, it won't be a problem. Then again, it was certainly good I was there, given what happened at the store. I'm not so sure about the second part of the afternoon, though, heading off after Jabe. There wasn't any stopping what occurred there. It's so difficult seeing things like that and doing nothing. But I guess I'd rather see and do nothing than not see at all. I'm missing so much what's going on in other places. I can't live blindfolded. It's not really the Kenobi way. Speaking of what I saw, I'm not so sure I like the side I saw of Oren Galt today. He had to save face after the compound was attacked. That much I understand. But he wields an awful lot of power here. These people listen to him. He must know that. There's responsibility that goes along with that. Maybe I'm being too harsh. He acted the way he did because his family and friends were in danger. But we both know where that particular excuse can lead. The Tuscans, well, that was another surprise. But maybe it shouldn't have been. I'd met the man Ayark knew long ago and heard the story about him later on. I'm straining to remember more details about that. Maybe later. Then there's Annalene. I was tempted to call her the intrepid Annalene just now, because she seems to be able to deal with whatever horror this planet can imagine. That's what I need to become. Absolutely familiar with all the dangers here. She takes them in stride. Not because she's fearless, but because she knows she has to go on, to take care of all the people in her life. That's not a bad role model to have. I guess I can become the intrepid Kenobi if I must. If I'm going to go on, and we both know I must, I'm going to have to find a way to stop tearing myself up over what happened. There's pain, yes, but a lot of it lately is self-inflicted. Like this. You see what I'm holding here? Again. A last remembrance, I've told myself. But I'm putting it away now. And I would be a lot better off if I put it away once and for all and tried to go on. Like Annalene has had to do. I can learn something from her, I think. And yet, when I think about her, I have to consider, wait, hold on. Someone's here.
Okay.
That's a lot right there. That is
that's a lot right there. So the first thing that I want to point out is when we were talking earlier about like what we would sort of want to see or expect from an Obi-Wan Kenobi show. I mean, he just mentions in that moment of meditation that maybe he should try and find out and figure out what all the dangers are on this planet, right? Just that in a series would be perfectly fine. It wouldn't be a great story. That's the thing. Like, this isn't necessarily a story that needs to be told. We don't need to see 19 years of Obi-Wan Kenobi learning how to deal with himself and live with himself with everything that's happened and find out all the dangers that are on Tatooine. We don't necessarily need to see that. However, again, this opening story tells a really good story and gets him to a point of closure, at least to a certain extent. I just wanted to make that point first of all, but go. Anything that you guys want to add to what we just heard there?
Well, what really got me that is that he talks about the self-infliction that he's doing on himself by keep on holding the lightsaber and, keep on going into that remembrance of, that remembrance of like how things unfolded. And maybe just even if he just knew or suspected or seen, we get that in his tone of voice too. So the narrator really does that well with this meditation scene and stuff. I mean, but he, you could feel that heartache and, and this leads on to another scene where how he shows that heartache to Annalene, and we'll get to that soon by, when they're in their conversation, when she comes to him and there's a bantha in his yard. And so I thought that was really, really well how that was, given to us, because we want to see Obi-Wan having that remorse, having the doubt, having all this, and and the sadness and everything that he feels from the loss of his friend, which his brother basically, and the defeat of the Jedi at the temple and everything like that. But we also need to see his resolution of coming out of that as well, and that's what we see in it perfectly, is that he starts realizing that his path of his going down into sorrow and fear and all this stuff hinders him away from using the Force properly. And that's another reason why, Qui-Gon's not communicating with him as well, because he's going inwards and he's disconnecting from the Force and, going into emotions and stuff. So that's my take.
Yep. It's a good take. No, I the only thing I'll add is he saw a different side of Oren he doesn't like. Remember, his first experience, our first encounter with him, with Obi-Wan's first encounter, is really nice. He's a salesman. He wants to bring him into the fold. We're here to protect everyone. He seems like a decent guy, is the thing. You actually like him. Right. Oh, this guy, he's not, I always knew something was wrong with him. I never liked him the first time I said no. Right. He even says that earlier in one of the clips you played, that he seems like a really nice guy, down to heart. But now, when this happens, he sees a different side to him he hasn't seen before. And now things are kind of popping in place. He may be looking for control. Everything I saw, a great leader, man for the people, it may be more self-centered than that. There may be, and I love that turn happens slowly over here. And it doesn't start at the very beginning where I knew something was evil with him. The first day I saw him, whatever.
Well, it just goes to show that the character is written well, and the progression of us seeing this character is written well as well. So what happens? Basically, he gets interrupted and somebody's there. He actually doesn't know who was there, but he pretty much stops meditating, and who knows? It then goes into basically Callie arriving back home saying it's Kenobi. She has found out Obi-Wan Kenobi's last name by listening into his meditation. So basically, in a nutshell, what happens is after that little raid that happens and Annalene goes to drive Obi-Wan home, Callie follows.
Right.
And after Annalene leaves, Callie just decides to sticky beak into fucking Obi-Wan's life. So that's how they find out his last name. Now, the great thing that I loved about this moment was that after it's revealed what his last name is, they start like spitballing. Oh, it could be this Kenobi, or it could be this Kenobi, or it could be this Kenobi. And before you know it, they've gone through that many Kenobis. And the same thing happened when they dropped the name of Ben. Like, oh, it could be this Ben, or it could be this Ben, right? So it's really, like, I just like the fact that it's not like, oh, Kenobi, oh, that's the guy that we saw in the HoloNet during the Clone Wars, or anything like that. It's isolated. It's and there's many Kenobis in the world. Or in the universe.
And I want to go back to what Matt said about, like, he seen at first Oren was this nice leader, that cares about his family, the surrounding community and stuff, to seeing now like he's starting to be conniving and stuff like this. And it's kind of like it calls back to Palpatine a little bit, because he makes his way in with like the good and the betterment of the galaxy. And then he slowly starts turning. So it calls back to that, but also calls back to a little bit about Anakin with his turn as well, because all of his intentions were good, but how he went about his intentions end up being bad. So it has that little parallel with those two as well. And him realizing
there's also a moment, and I don't know where it is, but I do want to talk about it, where Ayark tells Ben the story of that night that Anakin killed everyone. Killed all the Tuscans, and Obi-Wan has this moment where he's almost like, it's too coincidental, right? Like he's
putting the pieces together.
Yeah, he's putting the pieces together, and he's got this suspicion that Anakin and the thing that happened because Obi-Wan clearly knows that Anakin was on Tatooine during these events as well. You got to remember that. Because he sends the message back to the Republic through them on Tatooine. So, in Attack of the Clones. So, he starts to just put the pieces together, and but it's never confirmed for him. Is obviously, I don't think he could ever really have it 100% confirmed.
Actually, he
in
did.
universe,
he did. This tells how Qui-Gon helps him confirm. Like
okay.
well,
that's true. Qui-Gon would be Qui-Gon would be the one that would be able to help him with that. Absolutely great. What is that?
It's the life and legends of Obi-Wan.
Oh, Legends of Obi-Wan. Okay.
All right. Cool.
Yeah. And this is basically just, if you read this is basically a timeline of Obi-Wan Kenobi throughout his arc in there. So it has a lot of callbacks to a lot.
That's Ryder Wenham, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what Ryder did is he combined a bunch of stories from the EU and strung them all together in a book.
Right.
I looked over that because I thought about getting it, but just like the one on Darth Maul, it only has a couple of pages extra of stuff.
Yeah.
But that book tells that little Golden Book adventure is in that book.
Yeah.
Ryder just took all these stories and tied them all together. So if you have that book, you can avoid having to track down all these little Obi-Wan, Luke one-offs. So it's a good collector's book to have. And he did sprinkle a little bit extra in there.
Yeah, exactly. And then the same with this one here with the rise and fall of Darth Vader. That too. So yeah, I got the little case for it too. The other one didn't come like that, but yeah. So there you go. So yeah, all right. So
okay, so so Kelly's the one that finds out his last name and goes and tells the entire Oasis that it's Kenobi, basically. And of course, Obi-Wan needs to go in the next day to go and pick up Rue, his Ayobi, and the water that he purchased. So once he gets there, the first thing that he hears, Oren Galt sees him, and the first thing that he hears is Kenobi. And he's again taken aback, like, what did you just call me? And sort of scares him a little bit, I think, in that moment. Yeah. So Annalene apologizes. There's a bit that goes on there. Now, in this moment, there is the Hutt's people that show up. Right? So, again, they're looking for Oren Galt because they want the debt paid that he owes to Jabba. So Jabba's people show up. Now, the thing that I love about this, especially after seeing the show The Book of Boba Crap, is the speeder scooters, the polished up scooters that you see in that, right? And they're trying to make it all hip and this kind of thing. This guy that works for the Hutts rolls up in what would be like a low rider, music pumping, right? Out like he's set up this music system, and there's just music pumping, and like just sort of gangster style rolls up, right? Now, I can guarantee you that vehicle, the speeder, whatever, wouldn't be this shiny, cherry red or anything like that. It would be fucked based on the elements. But the fact that he rolls up with like music blaring and, he's one of the Hutt's people, right? He controls this planet.
It has painted flames on it. So basically it looks like what we would consider a hot rod.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like their version of a hot rod, but it's really in world. It's done well. It still fits despite the fact that it's got these fucking massive speakers blaring and shit. Anyway, they roll up and they want to talk to Oren Galt. They want the money. They want their money back. And I don't exactly remember the circumstances of events, but I know I sound like Amber Heard when I say I don't really remember. But I know that Oren takes the Hutt's people into a back room to have a chat. Annalene's a bit pissed off because he said that he'd only been in there for a few minutes. He's been in there for half an hour or whatever. Anyway, it would turn out that Oren Galt has made a deal with him to make it sound like he's being like real protective of the claim and getting rid of them, right? But at the same time, making a deal with them, I'll meet you up. I'll meet you in Mos Eisley on this day, and you know we can nut it out or whatever. We don't know that exact conversation that takes place behind closed doors, but that's basically how it would turn out. Now, I don't exactly remember though what goes wrong this time for Obi-Wan Kenobi and why he has to leave.
Why he has to leave again?
Why he has to leave again? Because something happens.
I think he just picked up the stuff, right?
No, something actually goes wrong because he goes through in this next meditation that we're about to listen to. He goes 3 times and disaster. I'm not going back.
What would have
and
happened?
I couldn't find my book. I misplaced it. I'll find it later.
Whoa. Is this the finale?
No.
No, not yet. This is before they go to Mos Eisley.
This is before Oren offers the gift to Annalene to go to Mos Eisley. But see, what happens after this moment?
No. He takes her into town. Right? With their kids?
No. That's after this. That's after this. So what happens?
What happened is that after everything is said and done, Oren basically says, "Don't you have somewhere else you need to be?" And Obi-Wan's like,
"Oh, that's right. They're
do."
just rude. They just end up being a little bit rude to Obi-Wan, and he leaves because he's a little bit suspicious of what's actually going on. And I think he starts asking a few questions, and things just get a bit out of hand. And I think what he's referring to in regards to disaster is the fact that they figured out his surname, Kenobi, as well. So, and that's been sped around. So every time he's ended up going to the Oasis, he's been the spectacle. He's been the highlight, and he can't have that going on. So he leaves.
And he disappears for a long time because
he did. That's right. This is where
that's where Lily basically catches after everything is said and done, and Annalene's like, I can't believe that Oren passively insulted my client and told him to leave, and she's going through that, and then Obi-Wan doesn't show up for a long time, and so she's basically literally climbing the walls and like cleaning her roof, and Lily catches her because she gets stuck up there, and there's no way she can get a hold of anybody. And that's where we get into like her package Lily needs to be sent off, and so as they're talking about it, Annalene labels it Kenobi system, and so that's how they joke around about her basically attraction to Obi-Wan.
Yeah, she's got a lot of attention on the fact that Obi-Wan, she's got this attraction to Obi-Wan. She really likes Obi-Wan. And after the last time he was there, he hasn't now been there for quite a while, right? And she's like a bit angry and pissed off about that. And this is why. Let's have a quick listen to Obi-Wan's words once again. I'm going to get rid of that. There we go.
Meditation. Enough. Just 3 visits and chaos. I shouldn't have gone. I'm endangering the mission. I won't go back there again. And needless to say, I'll be doing these chats mentally from now on. I expect you understand why.
That's it for that one.
Yeah.
So basically, after he just gets back, he's just, he's a bit pissed off with himself that he allowed Callie to hear him. He didn't. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it.
That was a very brief and stuff like, oh wow, they're discovering my name. I'm compromising my mission, and that was Obi-Wan. And this is where I believe that the new owners of the Star Wars franchise doesn't understand is like Obi-Wan Kenobi is all about being a Jedi, about fulfilling his mission and all of that. And, and so like anything that he finds out that's going to compromise, he's going to try to take precaution so it doesn't, further, cause any problems for him or Luke and their discovery. And because he's basically Obi-Wan, not only Luke, but Obi-Wan and even Yoda are the ones that are, are left to keep the Jedi Order going. So with them still being alive, the Jedi Order is still, still intact in a sense. It's not,
There's
God.
hope. There's still hope out there. They're still
Right.
creating hope, basically. So
Right.
anyway, again, exactly what Alora's saying, but he does go back and he decides that he's not going back to the Oasis again. Now, during this time, it's like what Alora was saying, where, you know, it's been a long time. There's a little bit, again, the dialogue and the interactions between some of these characters that you're only being introduced to in this book are quite good. There's playful moments, there's funny moments, there's some sad moments, there's some great moments within this. But essentially, it's just time's gone by now. Like, I don't know exactly how long is in this gap here that Obi-Wan last went to the Oasis to this point. But it basically turns out that Oren needs to get Annalene out of the shop because he needs to basically lease the shop. He needs to basically get her out so he can embezzle the shop from her, in a sense. So he decides to, because of the smashed up speeder from the race day incident, he gives her a gift of going into Mos Eisley with the family for a day and getting a speeder bike on him. An actual speeder. And it's all paid for and bought by him and all of that sort of thing. And they go into Mos Eisley. Now, before all of that happens, there is one more meditation thing that I do want to listen to. It's not really connected because you got to remember now, Obi-Wan he's been to the Oasis 3 times and there's been disaster every time he's gone. He's been the spectacle, or there's been something that's happened that he's gotten involved in and had to help protect certain people or do certain things. He's seen sides of people that he liked, and then he's seen sides of those same people that he doesn't like. So there's been a lot going on. Now there's a bit of a lull for him. He's just been sitting in his fucking home. If anything, he's probably been going into Mos Eisley or somewhere else as opposed to going to the Oasis. So it's been a while. This is the next meditation. Okay.
Here you go.
So
wonderful Tales of the Jedi reference there too, by the way.
Yeah, so there's some great, again, just I will say, especially from the way he was talking in some of those earlier ones, there's been a little bit of a shift already. Again, how enlightening it's been seeing that these small little problems to these just locals are just as important to them and just as stressful and just as thing as these bigger issues are to him. There's some great parts in there. It doesn't really go too much into Klieglar's. It does reference the attack and everything and the fact that he's dead now, but
they died of his injuries later on. Yeah.
Attack of the Clone kind of gives you that. I'm going to say this right here. So when he talks about his dream and how he's seen through these lenses and it's red and there's scream, that always gave me like vibes of like seeing the formation of Vader when they're operating on Anakin, and they were putting the mask on him and how he has been screaming because Palpatine didn't medicate Anakin when they were suiting him up and repairing him. Right. He wasn't medicated.
I always thought that in that moment, like he was talking about seeing it through a Tuscan's eyes in the actual attack.
Yeah, like, I don't know. And that's just what I got because he said he's seen it red at first, like looking in red and stuff. So maybe there's both. Maybe we're both right because then he says it starts changing and the lens is more narrow. Yeah. So, but that's a reference I got with that is like him seeing that through the Force, but not knowing exactly what it meant and stuff. And because he's always saying that he's feeling it was referenced back to Anakin.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
He always thinks that it's got something to do with Anakin, but now he sees it through a Tuscan's eyes. So it's again very interesting. Not a lot to really, give you a solid image of what he's actually talking about, but still very good. Now, of course, he did just talk about the fact that he's been working around the house and he needs to fix a few things and all of that. So he decides to go on a little adventure into no, he wants to go to Bastine, right?
Yeah, he wants to go to Bastine.
He wants to go to Bastine. So while he's traveling, this is the day that Annaline, her birthday's the next day, Annaline and the kids are going into Mos Eisley to pick up their new speeder. Now, they bump into Obi-Wan because his Eopie is pregnant and about to give birth. So he got 2 for the price of 1 when he bought that. Anyway, there's a bit of dialogue. It's not really that important, but it is still good.
Funny. Yeah, it's still.
But so he basically sends the Eopie home and he goes into Mos Eisley with them. Now, there is one real thing. And
it hurt Annaline's feelings that he didn't go to her shop. He's going somewhere else.
That's true. Yeah, there was
out of politeness, because she knows he feels uncomfortable around everyone, and for good reason. The last time they were there, she decides not to say anything.
Yeah. So there is a bit of dialogue also too that takes place with that. You give somebody something, and then they just, well, I can't remember exactly the verbiage she uses, but yes, there is that element. But there's also, here's another little like Easter egg that I was mentioning earlier that actually makes Obi-Wan take a step back for a second. So he's going into Bastine to go and get this part fixed, or to go and get some parts for a machine that he's got. Now, Jabe says to him, well, you're not going to get it fixed there. Now, he's being really arrogant, but there's a legitimate reason why he won't be able to get it fixed there. And the reason is because the owner is getting married and they're gone on a honeymoon to Naboo. Now, in the moment that gets mentioned, again, Obi-Wan is slightly triggered in that moment, slightly taken out of the moment, but then snaps himself straight back into it. He's like, okay.
He was so deflated when he heard about that. He's like, oh, well, good for them.
Yeah, that's right. Again, really good way of throwing a little bit of nostalgia in there, a little bit of an Easter egg in there without making it this big fucking look. It's not like we had to hear the story of how they actually got married and that they went to,
right.
Naboo.
You don't have to hear it all. Just
they conceive. You never know. They might have conceived Rey Skywalker. Anyway,
I missed that part.
Yeah, so did I. Anyway, moving right along. So they go into Mos Eisley. Now, there's a lot that happens in Mos Eisley. They pick up the new speeder. They nearly bump into Owen and Beru Lars. Callie and Jabe and that see them, and they're like, oh, they've had a child. Let's go over and say hello. And in that moment, Obi-Wan's like, he uses the Force to hit the throttle and just fucking, the speeder just goes out of control, and Jabe's trying to slow it down and stop it. And, Annaline's like, it's a brand new speeder. How does a brand new speeder just do that, Jabe? And Obi-Wan's like, no, I saw it. It did that. That's weird. Yeah. So again, really good because he doesn't want to go and bump into, because you never know what that conversation could be. Yeah. Could you imagine they go over and say hello to Owen and Beru and they go, oh, you've met Obi-Wan. Who's Obi-Wan? Right? Like, who knows? So Obi-Wan knows that fucking Owen doesn't like him. So there's that moment. Because of that, actually, is why they end up seeing Owen. I mean, not Owen, is why they end up seeing Oren Galt.
Yeah.
Right? So Oren has essentially got rid of Annaline and everything, but now he's got a meeting with the Hutt's people in Mos Eisley. Now, in this moment, the Hutts are like, we just want our money back now. You're a bad investment, right? Yeah. We just want our money back now, and we'll give you, the negotiation basically comes down to like, we'll give you a week, right? We'll give you a week. We want the double the amount. And he's like, can't you give me a little bit of support? And he's like, well, we've taken less payments from you over the last 10 payments or whatever, right? No, we've already given you the leeway. We want our money back.
And Jabba needs the money because he's trying to bribe the new empire.
Correct.
So he's cashed in on a lot of his debt, so he needs to build up a slush fund for new bribe.
Correct.
Yeah.
So then there's also the part where, so because of that moment where they see Owen and Beru and Luke, and Obi-Wan hits the throttle and just goes bang, goes flying. And they see Oren Galt with them. Obi-Wan, they're like, oh, we got to go and help him. We got to go and help him. But he actually doesn't need help. He's there intentionally. But they think that the Hutt's people have gone after him. So Jabe's like, we need to help him. We need to help him. Obi-Wan's like, you go and do this. I'll go and check that out. Right? Mm-hmm. So he goes and sneakily gets into the rafters and everything. And he hears the entire conversation that sort of goes on between the Hutt's people and him, and starts to put a few things together in regards to what Oren is actually up to, right? Mm-hmm. And this is where the investigation part of it really starts to come in for Obi-Wan. So he starts to investigate while all of that's happening. Oren's kids bump into Annalene and they're like, why are you here? Why are you here? And they're lost for words. They don't know what to say because they weren't supposed to bump into them. They weren't supposed to see them. And then Oren shows up and starts to say, oh, there's another deal that's just gone sour. Like he's basically saying it to Annalene, like, I was there to try and get them to sign up to buy our water.
Right.
Annalene's sort of getting very suspicious with it all. Oren, in that moment, also needs help with one of the raids that he's going to be putting on tonight. So he also recruits Jabe, Annalene's son, to come and help in this Tuscan raid that they're going to put on at the biggest... It's the biggest landowner. That's constantly talked about. Old Olbrich, I think is his name. He owns the most amount of land. He owns the most vaporators. He owns a lot, and he's the biggest holdout when it comes to the settlers' call. He will not sign up to it. He will not sign up to it. So the idea for Oren is now to go and Oren is now desperate. So desperate, it's ridiculous, because the Hutts want their money back. He still owes money to the bank. He's got no way of making this money because the harvest isn't coming in. It's actually quite a dire situation for him. So again, he recruits Jabe to go and help him, and I think that's really it up till this next meditation. But anything that you guys want to add?
Yeah. I really liked how, he reassured, well, first of all, like when they get into the Mos Espa, they go in, they decide to kind of part, they get caught up in a wedding.
Big parade sort of wedding.
Yeah, and Obi-Wan feels very awkward or whatever. And finally, after that's said and done, they go and have their lunch while they send the kids off to do what they want to do and stuff like that. And that's where, Obi-Wan notices stormtroopers, and so he puts on his cloak.
Suddenly he has a chill, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like, why are they here? All he keeps thinking is, why are they here? Are they here looking for me?
Right.
Or are they here for a different reason? Yeah, go on.
Mm-hmm. And then, after that, after all that's said and done, then they run into, the Golt family or whatever. And then, then he realized that it's odd what's going on with Oren, and that he's going to go investigate to make sure everything pans out okay. And that's where he still has to become a Jedi and help Oren get out of this debacle of being tortured. And so he, basically he's like basically stealth mode, going up in the pillars, and protecting him, freeing the birds. I forgot what they're called now. The raptors or whatever.
The pterodactyls.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're called.
Minox.
The Minox, yes.
Free the Minox and then stuff like that. And stuff like that. And, Oren leaves with some money after that, and has some money after everything's said and done because of that. And, running, going back and running into.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. And then going back and running into Annalene and them as well. And so I thought that was another, well done thing with Obi-Wan still having to respond, but doing it very secretive and stuff, though, so he's not discovered. And it starts climaxing into what's going on with Oren, his secretly taking money from the Hutt syndicate, and what's going on with that, and his deceit. So we start seeing more of his deceit through that. So yeah.
Yep, absolutely. So this is where you really start to dislike Oren.
Yeah.
Matt, anything you want to add to that?
No, but and if we mentioned this and I just missed it, I forgot. There's something earlier on where Annalyn tells him not to look at the sun. And as he backs away, it shows him taking off his head and staring straight at the sun, because it aged that actor who came on Tatooine to play that role. And this happened earlier, and we just forgot to mention it.
This was when she goes to drop off his supplies.
Right.
She tells him about that, and as she's leaving, he's just looking up at the sun.
Brilliant, because it explains that after 20 years, how did Ewan McGregor turn into Sir Alec Guinness?
Yeah.
Well, because, and it's true, the desert heat, the desert sun is going to age you.
Sorry, I'll be right back.
So that's fine. No, and I just thought about that. That was a really good scene, and it's something we forgot to mention. But that was it. I do want to thank people for keep tuning in. I'm going to start giving away 1 digit of Ryno's phone number for the next hour, so that you can have it. Ladies.
There you go.
Usually this is something we would auction off on eBay. But I'm feeling, I'm feeling all right. You have to call long distance to Australia, and preferably call in the middle of the night. That's when Ryno needs to take all his calls, is in the dead of night.
Yeah.
So just letting you know all that while he's away. I'm having a great time, by the way. I was just talking to Alora about this in the back, but this is a lot of fun. So thanks everyone for watching, because and if you haven't read it, it's worth the read. It's worth the read if you haven't read it. If you haven't reread in a while, like Anna hadn't reread in a while, it's worth the reread. It's a pleasant, fun, one just consolidated adventure. You don't need to read anything before it. You don't need to read anything after it, even though it behooves you to read a few more things if you want to read after it. Alora's giving you the attention there. I don't know why he's shaking his head, but there's plenty of other EU stuff. Were you listening the whole time?
Oh, I could hear you.
Oh, crap. Okay, well.
How many numbers have you given away? How many digits have you
got busted? So.
I'm just letting him go with it, because it's very entertaining, and you never know, and you can thank him later on, for any interactions that you have later.
False.
Yeah, vicariously.
Yep.
It's how I live through you there, sir.
That's right.
Go ahead. Let's play the clip. Let's play
this clip. So this is after the incident in Mos Eisley. Okay, so this is where it really starts to ramp up, I will say.
Right.
Anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, there's a few mentions of all his past people, Kara Holt and Zane Carrick, of course, from the comic book series, Knights of the Old Republic. Right. There is a mention from Jude Watson's Jedi Apprentice that he's given up love before, is a reference to Siri, I believe.
Tachi? Yeah.
Yes, Siri Tachi. And I didn't write it down. There was another one in there. But I will say this, him talking about how I had a big family. The Jedi were my family. How do I live alone? That's wonderful. It's a wonderful analysis.
Well, what does it mean to be a Jedi alone?
Yeah.
He's always had the Jedi around him.
Right.
True, and was my brother, but I had thousands of brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
And it's just like, now he has to, where he had that wholesome group where he could be around people, now he has no one. That is a big change, a lifestyle change that he's having to make now. And the fact that, we obviously know that, but he brings that to light because a lot of people are thinking, oh yeah, that's right, because he was always around Jedi. Now he's got to be alone. Try being without your phone for half a day. If you're me, it's easy because I lose it. But try being without your phone for half a day. Try putting down the pills just for a few minutes. You know,
Yeah,
go out
Tuscan.
and kind of live life normally. You know, I mean, it's just one of those things. It's hard to make those lifestyle changes at a drop of a hat, not slowly. Not the Jedi were slowly dying off; they just got cut off completely.
Yeah,
you know, or as far as he knows.
Yeah,
but no, it's good.
I will add this real quick. In this right here, this is where they start realizing, like, Obi-Wan, and we already know Yoda already realized this in Revenge of the Sith, is where attachment is where they went wrong. Like their definition of attachment, because he's evaluating what attachment meant and how he gave away his love because of attachment and just being a Jedi. But now he's also realizing that, oh wow, you know, my attachment was really to the Order. Now I don't have none of it.
And if loving somebody, and he also mentions if loving someone as good as Padme is basically evil, then the Force has got a very interesting way of telling us what's good and evil. You know, it's I know I was professing it there, but I think that was the right word. But he you know, he's got that element of, yeah, like it can't all be bad if you're in love with somebody or if you've got a love for somebody or anything like that. And the relationship that he does have with Annalene, and that sort of grows throughout this story, lends a little bit of credence to that, I think, as well.
Right.
So the reason why he interrupts his own meditation here and runs off and he goes, I just realized something, I'll be back, is because he's just realized what Oren Galt is actually doing, right? He's been talking to the Tuscans, he's been talking to Ayak, and he's been talking to Oren. He saw what happened in Mos Eisley today. He saw the attack on the Tuscans. So he's actually seen a lot. So he realizes something. I don't know whether or not he actually senses it through the Force as well, but there must be some element of that. You would have to think, because how could he like know and know exactly where to go as well? So basically what happens is, like I mentioned, Oren has recruited Annalene's son to go and help with this raid on Old Olbrich's farm to basically try and get him to sign up to the call. What happens, though, is Obi-Wan realizes in this moment that that's actually what's going on and goes to the farm. And in all the scuffle and everything that's going on, Oren and Obi-Wan end up becoming face-to-face. They see each other, right?
Yeah.
And Obi-Wan's just seen Oren pretend to be a Tuscan Raider with his family and with Jabe as well. And essentially that sort of flusters him. They try and get away. And in trying to get away, the real Tuscans show up. And Jabe gets knocked out, I think, by Ayak, and Oren just leaves him, just bails and leaves him.
Yeah.
And of course, Obi-Wan's there, sees what's going on, and negotiates for Jabe's life with Ayak. There's some great dialogue again that takes place in that conversation, and it actually, throughout the negotiation, you could almost say Obi-Wan is actually losing at a certain point, until it gets to the point where I can't remember. Obi-Wan uses Harat Shet.
You really
he uses him to basically tell Ayak that Ayak wants to live, right? The whole purpose of what you're doing is to survive and keep moving forward in generations and that sort of thing. So uses that, ends up negotiating the fact that he will stop Oren Galt, basically.
Right.
I will stop him, you give me the child, and I will do everything that I can to stop him. They set up this plan, and that's where essentially the deal is made. do they start to hear a crate dragon or something approaching, and then like something hurries a Yak up in that moment. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's time sensitive, and a Yak decides to agree, and Obi-Wan takes Jabe. So while all of that negotiation though is going on, Oren has now gone back to the claim and is going to confront Annalene. Now, I believe he has already proposed to her. Actually, I think we missed that. It's not
the rushed one. Yeah.
So he's had this rushed proposal because he needs that connection so that he can borrow against the Oasis, against the shop. He needs basically all this money, and he needs it now because the Hutts need their money back, right? So he goes there, and instead of telling her that Jabe is dead because he believes that the Tuscans have now killed him, he starts to go on and basically sort of tells her the truth, but it even mentions this. He tells her the truth from a certain point in time, right? So he's not telling her everything, but he is telling her that he needs money. He needs to pay the Hutts. You know, once we're married, we'll be okay. All of this sort of thing.
It's crazy, desperate talk now.
It's crazy, desperate talk. It absolutely is.
And she sees it as that too.
Yeah. And then somehow it comes up that Jabe is now dead, and Annalene's like going crazy now, like, what the hell? And he's like, I'll help you look for him, but we got to get married and all of this. And he's still thinking about that. And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'll give you the money later, right? Like, what are you talking about? Anyway, she goes mental. And just as they're about to leave, Jabe shows up and says that Obi-Wan saved his life, or Ben saved my life. And Oren is now shocked because you got to remember, they've seen each other face to face at that raid. So Oren now knows Oren now knows that Obi-Wan knows what he's doing, right? And needs to get rid of that threat to his ultimate plan, right? To get the money back to the Hutts, to do everything that he's doing. So there's that. Jabe tells Annalene everything. Even the fact that, he's dressed as a Tuscan Raider still, right? But he's wearing Obi-Wan's cloak because Obi-Wan doesn't want everyone to see that this is going on. So there's a little bit of secretiveness behind it. But at the end of the day, Jabe tells Annalene everything, right? Everything about that scenario and what he actually does know. They all go to bed. Annalene is sitting there in Obi-Wan's cloak, and then Obi-Wan shows up, right? Actually, hold on.
Yeah, that's after Oren confesses and stuff like that. Yeah. And Oren
that's
leaves.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. So he goes back to the claim. Obi-Wan goes back to the claim as well and goes and gets his cloak back, but also talks to...
What's funny is how Obi-Wan gets to the claim, because he crawls through Annalene's window.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. creepy Ben.
Yeah.
Ben.
Yeah, old creepy Ben. Yeah.
He goes to Annalene, and then he basically tells her everything. He's gone to his office. Obi-Wan went to Oren's office and found out what's going on, spoke to a Yak, found out what's going on from there. So in amongst all of that, what Obi-Wan does find out, what were you going to say, Matt?
No, but she's not properly dressed. Remember, she kind of does.
Yeah, that's right.
And he kind of embarrassingly turns his eyes.
Yeah.
And Annalene says it's been a while since she's been treated like that. Another thing of the gentleman that Obi-Wan is.
Yeah. Yeah. So he basically tells Annalene that the proposal is basically just a front, right, to try and get what he needs. He even goes into some statistics. So there's been in, I think, the last few months or the last year or something, there's been 9 total Tuscan raids, but only 3 of them have been committed by Tuscans. And Annalene even questions that. She goes, why are you believing the Tuscans? And Obi-Wan's like, why do the Tuscans have any reason to lie? There's another great conversation that takes place in there between Annalene and Obi-Wan, where, again, he's spilling the beans. She's questioning the motives, which is fantastic. It's exactly what somebody would do in her situation. Question, right. Why would Oren do that? Well, this is why he did that. And he goes through and breaks down. He owed money to the bank. And after the thing that happened to the Lars family, right, the Tuscan raid stopped, didn't they? And she's like, yeah, they did. And he's like, so what happened was his protection ring started to crumble and started to lose money. So he needed to create. And he goes, he actually mentions to her, I've seen this before. And he's referencing, of course, Palpatine. Another great little Easter egg in there that makes you go, oh, yeah, what Oren is doing is exactly what Palpatine did, just on a smaller scale.
Smaller scale.
Much smaller scale, but fantastic. So he basically says, he basically puts his plan to Annalene and says, you need to go, because Jabe is now involved as well. And Oren actually makes that point before he leaves, before Obi-Wan shows up, that it's not just now him that's in it, it's your family too. Jabe is involved. So Obi-Wan also knows that too, and he knows the extent of how much Oren has embezzled from the call and from Annalene's bar and the shop and all of this kind of stuff that makes her family culpable as well, right? So there is now essentially, even if the truth was to come out, it wouldn't only be Oren Galt's family that's destroyed, it's Annalene's family too, and the trust that the people around her have for them, right? Because of everything that's now happened. So Obi-Wan sets his plans in motion and basically says to Annalene, all right, tomorrow Oren is going to come after me, right? And everything that Obi-Wan's saying, Annalene can't believe. Oren wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that. I don't know if it's in this moment or a moment after that where she says there's still good in him. But again, another great trigger moment for Obi-Wan where it's like, Padme said to me that, there's still good in him. And now Annalene's saying to me there's still good in him. There's confusion. You can tell the confusion. We just lost Matt. And he's not even backstage anymore. But you can tell the confusion that he's sort of got with some of the scenarios that happen. But anyway, he puts his plans in motion, and Annalene agrees. She agrees to go back to his place, and first thing in the morning after settling all her affairs, because she's got to leave. She can't stay there anymore. And that's where that part ends. So again, we're about to go into, is there anything you want to add?
With that, when they do that morning that he gets that, Ellen wakes up and stuff, this is where we see Oren Gold start rallying up people. He's got his speakerphone and he starts calling people to action, and he starts pinning Obi-Wan Kenobi to, what's going on, what had happened with, the raids and stuff like that. And he starts blaming Kenobi for some of the stuff, because that's easier to blame an outsider than anything else, because, no one knows him and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and check out that clip.
All right. Hopefully we get Matt back.
Yeah.
I don't know why it keeps shutting it down like that, but anyway. All right, here we go. Okay. Sorry, it looks like Matt's internet has sort of dropped out. He will try and get back, but we may not. We'll see how he goes, which is a little unfortunate because it is starting to get up to some of the best part of the book. So again, I want to point out the one-way message drop that he mentions in that meditation is, of course, the one-way message to Bail Organa. Now, the reason why this is relevant is what Alora mentioned earlier about the pad. So in one of their interactions in the store, Obi-Wan picks up this pad that she's got, and it's got a application to like some university style thing on.
It's like a it's like a biology. I forgot the exact term for it, but to study species throughout the galaxy. The biology of species and and all that. And she's very interested because, as you could tell,
but it's Alderaan. She's got to go. Basically, the school or whatever it is on Alderaan.
Yeah,
so,
it's on Alderaan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you haven't guessed, she's really good with animals. And one thing that we didn't cover is how she helped steer the bantha calf, from destroying Obi-Wan's home because it thought the building was its mom, because of the scent probably left there or whatever. And Obi-Wan Kenobi didn't know how to handle it, but she had the touch of being able to handle that because she had a livery or basically a stall and stuff. And they, with her family's background, they used to, have, livestock basically. Mm-hmm. And so that goes into, her wanting to get into the biology of the galaxy and stuff and studying about different species and stuff. And that really goes into their conversation as well with the Tuscans when they're talking about what happened and how, what happened with Iark's son and that, that they're sentient beings and stuff, and that we're all misunderstood. Every species misunderstood, but every species wants to survive. And there's a lot of talk with that between her and Obi-Wan Kenobi about basically, if you could say, humanizing the Tuscans in a way.
Yeah. So they do a great job of that in this book. And I know, like, I've talked about humanizing the Tuscans. There's a certain element of what you're actually doing. You're actually just making them relatable. You're making their what they do and all of that sort of thing is relevant to the way that they're supposed to act and everything like that. So, you can still tell a good story about these characters and still explain them well enough. But, yeah. So I do want to just keep moving here.
Yes.
So what happens after this? Essentially, exactly what Obi-Wan said happens. Oren goes to the Oasis and starts basically calling this. It's almost like the pitchforks and the torches and pitchforks. Mm-hmm. They're all around, and he's basically calling out.
He calls it an insurrection. No.
Yeah, he calls out. We're going to go and kill Kenobi because he's a Tuscan lover, right?
Yeah.
So he spins the whole situation really well. For him, it's really well. But us knowing what the real stuff is, it's like, oh my God, he's actually saying that, and everyone's believing him. But even Annalene hears it, and she can't believe what she's hearing and everything. And they basically, like a heap of settlers just go out after him. Now, in that moment, Annalene she's selling up the shop. She's getting rid of all her possessions so that she can pack up and go to Obi-Wan's house. But instead of that, she decides to make a call. Now, the reason why she makes a call is because in the incident that happens at Mos Eisley, I think it's Oren drops his communicator, right?
Yes.
And now the Hutt's people have that communicator. Annalene realizes that and calls them and tells them where he is, right? Which is actually pretty smart on her behalf. Again, Disney, there's already smart fucking women in fucking Star Wars.
Right.
Anyway, so she basically tells the Hutt's people what's going on. And so that they're going after Obi-Wan. They think that they've got him trapped, right? And the circumstances of events that happen is pretty awesome. So first, it looks like Obi-Wan sends a whole bunch of banthas to charge. It's like a stampede of banthas that go through this gorge that they're essentially all stuck in. They cause a bit of havoc. In all of that, like Oren's got this like loudspeaker thing that he's talking through, right? Also, too, sorry, just before that, Obi-Wan gave Jabe, after he saved Jabe's life from the Tuscans, he gave Jabe a message to tell Oren, and the message is turn back or turn back now, right? So that's Obi-Wan's message to Oren is turn back now. That's all he gets. Anyway, so in all of that kerfuffle that happens with the Banthas, yes, like a Bantha. That's exactly right, like a Bantha. Obi-Wan uses the Force to get the loudspeaker, and in place of the loudspeaker, he leaves a Gaddafi, right? So it's like Owen's already starting to trip out in regards to what,
it's like a mind play on
mind fucking him, right? Big time. And then in all of the commotion, in all of the shooting and everything that's sort of going on, like they're basically waiting because where Obi-Wan is, he can't get out from there without going past them. So they think that they've got him all trapped. And he's like, I've got all the money I need. I don't want, like, now it's coming down to the point where Ben is actually accusing him of all these things that we all know that he has actually done. Yeah. And Oren's trying to convince everybody that, no, that's not the truth. He's just trying to get you against me, blah, 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 blah. In that moment, he mentions, like, I've got all the money I need. And perfectly enough, the Jabba's people roll up and they're like, oh, that's good to hear that you've got all the money you could ever want. Jabba wants his money back. And even Obi-Wan is shocked by this arrival because, of course, this wasn't a part of Obi-Wan's plan because Annalene was the one that called them, right? It just so happens that it works out perfectly. So there's a bit of shit that happens between them. What awakens the Krayt Dragon exactly? I can't remember.
Their fight. So their fight that begins. Because in the beginning, before the Krayt Dragon is awakened, Obi-Wan is scaring Oren with how he's talking and how Oren hears his voices in several different places, even though, we know Obi-Wan's probably in one. And then he's also using the Force to knock down some of the pillars that were, basically naturally made through, through the winds and stuff. And so there's that back and forth fight, communication and stuff, and Annalene helping the Tuscans to get the children into safe place and stuff. And after that, all of a sudden you hear the cry of the Krayt Dragon, and they're like, he's like, that's not the call. That sounds more organic, and stuff like that. And then, then of course the Tuscans know exactly what they sound like, and they realize that, a Krayt Dragon was awakened, and that's when they realize. And then stuff started being knocked down, and Obi-Wan's like, I didn't cause that,
Yeah.
And and then so that's when that Krayt Dragon is awakened. Yeah.
So in amongst all of that, it somehow gets to a point. And I say somehow because there's a lot of moving parts in this fight. I will say that. There's a lot of... Yeah, you just have to read it and not listen to it. How did Oren get from there to in front of Obi-Wan? I can't remember exactly, but basically it comes...
Yeah, he took the speeder up there.
But didn't the Ark try and stop him then? No, that's after all of that. After, when he catches him. Sorry. Okay. So he uses the speeder to try and get to Obi-Wan. He essentially gets to Obi-Wan, but in this moment, that's when the Krayt Dragon wakes up. Now, the only way that Obi-Wan is going to beat this Krayt Dragon is to go full Jedi. And we get to see him go full Jedi in front of Oren, right? And in this moment is the moment where Oren realizes that he's now got him, right? Or at least he thinks so. So he realized, like, the fight and the way that Obi-Wan, I don't want to underplay this, the way he takes out the Krayt Dragon is fucking sick, right?
Yeah.
It's awesome, right? And because of the series of events that's happened and how secretive he's been, the fact that he is now in this moment ready, because we still don't know the fate of Oren, and he's seeing what's going on, and he is the bad guy. So anyway, after he kills the dragon, he's talking to Oren, and Oren's like, are you going to kill me? And he's like, sort of, I haven't really decided that yet. But Oren basically lays his plan on the line. He says to him, I've now got you. you know, that's why you're here. You're hiding. You're an enemy of this new republic that's out there, and this is why you're hiding. He knows enough to know that.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm going to go to this empire, and I'm going to give them you, and I'm going to live a life of wealth, and because he's going to basically sell him off as a bounty, essentially, is what he thinks he's going to do.
Yeah, and he even contemplates about why did the Empire, or why did the Republic trust the Jedi, that, you know, an organization of the Jedi, blah blah blah. So he even goes into that, like, that's not good business and stuff. So it goes into his business mind here, and then he realizes, I can benefit, like you said, I can benefit from this by turning them in. And he's like, and you're a Jedi, and, you know, and stuff. And that's where that, you know, the little conversation goes back and forth. And as that, just like right before the Krayt Dragon came out, I believe that's when he witnessed, or maybe it was after, it's after he witnessed his own son being eat up by one of the other types. I forget the name of the lizard, but it's a smaller form, another species of lizard that is on Tatooine, smaller than the Krayt Dragon. You know, he witnesses, and he's holding the son, and then they have the conversation, and then he realizes, I can, you know, leave in the speeder and turn in Obi-Wan Kenobi, and that's when he takes off. So yeah. And Kenobi's like, I don't kill. I'm not like you. You kill to silence people. Yeah, and he even tells Oren, you kill to silence people. I don't do that.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's, again, some really great stuff. I know we're not diving massively deep into these. And like, even though we're going through the spoilers and going through the series of events and everything, I'm glad I'm sort of not really diving too much into it, because if you are going to read it and you haven't read it before, like that Krayt Dragon moment, that's all I really want to say about it, is that it's fucking awesome. Right.
Right.
And the fact that Oren sees him, because it's relevant to making sure that this review goes smoothly. Like, I don't want to go too much into it. If you want to hear it or want to see it, read it for yourself. It's really, really good. So Oren, I believe, then tries to get away from Obi-Wan, right? Thinking, like, sort of laughing, like, yes, I've got him. Ha ha ha. And then he gets fucked up by a Yark.
Yeah,
right?
she feels her Gaddafi at the windshield of the speeder, and it hits. And then he's like, oh, there she is. And then so he's, you know, ramps up the speeder and tries to run her over. And this goes into the part where Obi-Wan has told Ayark, you
want to live.
Yeah, you want to live. You want your people to live. You're not in this dire, you know, hopelessness that, you know, your people are used to, you know, reciting part of their myths and stuff with the twin sons and everything. And if you want to know more about the twin sons and stuff, this is another book to know more about the mythology of the Tuscans and the twin sons and stuff. Yeah.
So yeah, that's really good. And then in that moment, he ramps up. He actually hits a Yark, but he crashes the speeder in that moment. And again, Ben saves the Yark's life, because it's actually, is it Annalene that crawls over? No.
Yeah, she goes to Ayark first.
Goes to Ayark first, and Ayark's ready to just die. And Annalene's there, and Ben comes over and goes, remember, Ayark, you want to live like this, and trying to refresh the memory of the conversation, the previous conversation that they had. And Ayark then lives, and I'll wrap it up, and then we'll listen. I think there's 2 more meditation sections, but I think I'll wrap up what happens, and we'll listen to those 2 bits. But Oren ends up essentially being captured by Ayark and the Tuscans. When he wakes up, he is wrapped in Tuscan garbs. When he speaks, all he hears is like muffled speak, because it's behind the mask, and he is absolutely destroyed. Right? Like he's had the life taken away from him because of essentially now what he is becoming. Now, the great and the funny thing about this is that Oren could have been saved if he could have got the water right. Essentially, at the end of the day, if he had got the water to the way the old number 1 evaporator was, everything would have been peaches for him. The unfortunate thing is he could never replicate it, and he could never get it back after it was destroyed, which made things worse. And as we've gone through the story, and in one of the Tuscan attacks, now I've mentioned a lot that Tuscans hate technology, and there's a great scene in this where the Tuscans, not Eyak, but the Tuscans that are a part of her tribe, actually steal one of the vaporators, and they bring it back. Now, Eyak is completely offended by this, right? What are you Jawas now? You're going to trade shit for shit, like that sort of thing. Like, what are you doing bringing this? And for some reason, like there's a reason, Eyak decides to keep the vaporator. It just gets thrown on the ground, but just decides to keep it. Now, when they capture Oren at the end, they basically put him to work. They put him to slavery to work on the vaporator, make the Tuscans water, get the Tuscans water, right? And that's his job. The amazing thing is that he finally gets it right to make the best water ever on Tatooine.
It revives the Tuscans.
And it revives the Tuscans. And yeah, it's a great, like I said at the beginning, sort of, there's great payoffs at the end of this book. It really ties together really well. Now, the message drop that we were mentioning earlier, Obi-Wan has the application to go to
Alderaan, the University of Alderaan.
Thank you. To study and all that sort of thing. He used his one-way message drop to get her in, right? And she honestly thinks that she's just going to live with Obi-Wan in the middle of nowhere, and that's going to be fine. But it turns out that it finally comes out that he's got family here, or at least that's how he says it to her, and he can't leave. And they're all like wanting him to leave with them or whatever. Can't do any of that. So they separate. Annaline's a little bit pissed off because she says that you lied to me, and he agrees. He does lie. He did lie to her, and he apologizes for that. But really, really good. And then, is there anything else that really needs to be wrapped up?
Not really.
It's just the way Obi-Wan feels, but we're about to hear that anyway.
Yeah.
Anything you want to add to any of that before we go into these clips?
Not really, other than, this is like something that for the Tuscans, having Oren as a slave, working on that, because technology is almost all technology is like blasphemy for them. It was a way of them getting around that, and I thought that was clever, thinking about keeping that, and then also about how Obi-Wan gets rid of Annaline in a sense, so that he doesn't have to worry about anything being compromised, and still staying within the confines of the Jedi Order and his training and his mission and all that. And also, we never hear about Annaline and her family after the fact, but then we also got to think, okay, was she on Alderaan when it got destroyed?
The funny thing is he sends her to Alderaan to save her life, but he could have effectively sent her to Alderaan to kill her. And the family. So there is an element of that, but what Obi-Wan was doing in the moment was the right thing. All right, let's have a quick listen to this, and we'll give our final thoughts on the book. Here we go. And that's where it ends. That's where the actual book ends, on that note. So as we've gone through, is there anything that you want to add just quickly to that, Alora?
No, not really, other than that he's starting to realize that things will be okay as long as he stays on his path and his mission. But we do know, like, even within to the books of Blast of the Jedi, he's still dealing with the sorrow. I'm not expecting him to, just be out of his sorrow and but after 10 years there has to be some resolution with that, and so that's where I think that Disney's getting it wrong, because
absolutely,
after this is like a year after, so this is after the Kenobi novel, And this is where he comes into revelation of like how he's carrying on with his sorrow and his pittiness and going into fear of like, is he doing something wrong kind of deal and stuff like that. Obi-Wan's like, you need to snap out of it because that's keeping you, disconnecting you from the Force, and you can't train. You have to have an open mind and not be too emotional to train as a Force, to become a Force ghost. And so we see the evolution of him coming to terms and coming to peace with everything that has happened.
It's actually interesting now that I think about that. Like the conversation that Owen and Obi-Wan had in the trailer that we saw for the show. This is 10 years. I mean, that conversation would have taken place within 6 months. Earlier. I would have thought way earlier.
Right.
So there's elements like it's almost like they're trying to bring in elements of like the way Owen feels towards Obi-Wan from like what we hear in this book and everything into a story that takes place 10 years after even this story. It's like, again, it just feels like they're using the nostalgia factor of it. And I truly believe that is the case.
And they're catering to people who want to have their safe space and want to like to just hearken on emotions and being victims and stuff. That's the type of people. That's why they're making Obi-Wan look so pitiful 10 years after.
Yeah.
So that's just the plain fact when you look at society today. When this was written and when Kenobi was written and stuff, even Kenobi came out into 2012, and I'm glad that they decided to keep it Legends because there's some books that went through that was turned, like Tarkin, that was turned into their canon and rewritten in some aspects to match what they want for it. But I'm glad that they kept it as true canon because it really gives us an idea of what's going on with Obi-Wan Kenobi when they were developing these books here, and even Kenobi. Basically, the company Lucasfilm, and this is under George, said that we didn't want any Kenobi adventures post Return of the Jedi. So this was basically the end of his adventures, but it made sense because they were making sure that, or he is making sure, his mission was to make sure that all evidence of the twins' birth was destroyed, so they weren't discovered. And so everything was dire right after, and then after that he settled down, and that's where we really don't need any more.
And that's the only time that we know that he actually leaves Tatooine, correct?
Right.
To go and just get rid of this one piece of evidence that's going to lead Vader, if he was to ever find it, to Obi-Wan and Luke and possibly to even Leia. And he had to destroy that piece of evidence or whatever it was. So he had to. It was a part of the mission that he had to do that. I don't believe that they're going to be, we've talked about this, they're not going to be honorable to any of that in this Kenobi show. He's going to leave Tatooine to probably go and help Leia. I mean, it's funny. We talk about the bait and switch earlier in the stream about how it's all about the Inquisitor chick and everything. I mean, we've heard that young Leia's in this as well. So where does her thing come into the story, really? And that is Eric, because it's starting to get close to dinner time.
He's persistent, isn't he?
Yes, he is very. As soon as I look at him, it's like, I'm here.
Pay attention to me.
So yes, there would definitely be a legitimate reason for Obi-Wan to leave, but it better be pretty damn dire, and it better be and it better be related to the mission and nothing else but the mission. And I truly think that even if the leaks are real in regards to the Inquisitor chick sensing Obi-Wan and then going and telling Vader, and then she tells Vader that she killed him, but she doesn't believe, like, that's destructive. The fact that now Vader explicitly knows that Obi-Wan is still alive. Like, obviously he knows he was alive after Mustafar. He saw him walk away from him, right? But he doesn't go and pursue him because he's off the radar. Like, if he's not interfering, he's not a threat.
Yeah, Palpatine tells him to let them come. Yeah,
he's there to hunt the Jedi. He's there to hunt the Jedi when they reveal themselves and start to, like in Lords of the Sith, Rise of Darth Vader. That whole story is about a band of Jedi that get together and they get on Kashyyyk, and they feel like they can rise up and take on, because they don't realize that Palpatine is the enemy, because they don't know that Palpatine is a Sith. You know, so there's so much of that, and you get some great context from Obi-Wan in regards to that at the end of that book, and we're going to listen to some of it. I have chopped out parts of it because it was going to be way too long if I left it the way it was. But I just want to, again, before we do play this last little bit, point out that Obi-Wan, throughout the entire book of Kenobi, thinks and still believes that Vader is dead, that Anakin died on Mustafar up until this point, right? Now, this is approximately a year after the events. So it's not that long. He's still got another 18 years on Tatooine knowing that Vader is out there. And that would probably make him more inclined, especially after you hear what you're about to hear, that would probably make him more inclined to not leave Tatooine, no matter the circumstances, again, unless it was related to the mission. So let's, I got my sister coming around soon, so I got to.
That's fine.
All right. And that's it.
Meditation.
Whoops, it's gone back to the beginning.
The package is delivered.
Oops.
Yeah. So this gives you explanation why Vader will never set his foot on Tatooine. This was well planned out. And James Luceno, for this novel was written, and I think Labyrinth too. So this novel was written during the time when the Revenge of the Sith was being planned out as well. And James Luceno sent with Matthew Stover some questions about the development of and where, you know, and various questions on how he should go about with writing this novel. So this had some assistance from George Lucas on how things should pan out for this novel here. And this one is part of the Dark Lord trilogy, which includes Labyrinth of Evil, right? Revenge of the Sith and Dark Lord. And you can buy that, you know, in its own omnibus in its own self there. And so there's a little bit of history on top of that. So we get to see how, you know, the decision why, you know, Tatooine was a right choice, because we did question it. Like, okay, so Tatooine, so what, you know, Skywalker, he's going to get discovered. Well, we know why now that, you know, Vader or Anakin won't step foot on there. So,
yep. Well, that I do love that element of it, how it just sort of explains that, and that makes Obi-Wan's fear immediately dissipate. Like you heard it. I mean, in that moment when he finds out that Vader is still alive, he's like, how could I be so foolish to bring his kid here of all places? And then the great thing about that is because Obi-Wan is freaking out so much, that is why Qui-Gon now reveals himself again throughout the entire book of Kenobi. He's meditating and talking to Qui-Gon the entire time. But Qui-Gon doesn't respond because Qui-Gon can't interfere in that. But the decision that was made to bring Luke to Tatooine was the right decision. Now what Obi-Wan is seeing is causing his fear to almost control him to go and get the kid and move further away, which probably would cause more of a disturbance in the Force or something like that, right? So Qui-Gon in this moment, and it sort of leaves abruptly too. It's just, I'm here to basically right now, Obi-Wan, set your mind at ease that what you're doing is the right thing. Just keep doing what you're doing. It's okay. Anakin or Vader won't set foot on Tatooine out of pure fear that Anakin will be reawoken, right? Because Tatooine is the source of what causes all his pain.
Right. And it's true to the lore, because even in A New Hope, Vader doesn't set foot on Tatooine. He sends down his troop. His troops. Yeah, correct. He sends them down. And so it stays true.
That's right, in A New Hope, even when, you know, why didn't he go? Like the mission was important. It was the plans of the Death Star. Why didn't Vader go down? And he could have fucking done it. No. He's not setting foot on Tatooine. Actually, I never even thought about that until you sort of mentioned that.
Yeah, it goes along with that too, because
Yeah.
it kind of, you know, solidifies everything with his actions chasing Tantive for the Death Star plans, and why he only send down the troops rather than going down himself as well, because he should know the planet, you know, because that's where he's from. And but he doesn't, because that in itself, you know, causes a lot of pain and heartache for him and stuff, and will stir Anakin within, and he doesn't want that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, my sister's calling me. I do need to take this call. So while I'm taking this call, tell everybody, like, give them a wrap up on like your thoughts on the book, and I'll be right back.
All right. All right, you guys. So with the Kenobi novel, I highly recommend it. And, you know, like Matt Wilkins says, it's like a Western themed Star Wars novel where it gives you the state of Obi-Wan Kenobi's mental and going in as a, you know, mental state basically, and going in and learning to adapt as a hermit and learning to survive without the order, and, you know, all his revelations. And so we have that, and how, you know, he has to come to peace with everything that has happened and occurred to remain stable and ready to train in Luke when the time is right. And so with this novel, I give it like an 8.5 out of 10. Yeah, I admit there are some slow areas, but to me, I liked it because it wasn't the normal Star Wars story of like Jedi here and, you know, having these space battles and a wider galactic type event. This was more, just in one area, and gives you a perspective of what's going on with Kenobi, and, you know, and how he settles down. You know, it goes into continuity of the questions that we may have asked ourselves with A New Hope. Well, how did he age so quickly because of the age difference and the time frame they set it to? Even how he interacted with people, and why was he called Crazy Ben? So that's just for that. You don't really need it to really understand the movies, but it just gives you a larger view of why. That was the glory. That was the beauty of the EU, is that you really didn't need to get into the EU to understand the movies. The movies is what got you in the EU to want to explore expanded stories on what had really happened in between movies, during, and all that. So I highly recommend that you guys get into this novel and then talk with us about it on Twitter. Myself, Ryno, if you have, if you go, and I think Matt should be coming upon Kenobi novel review soon. Yeah, so check out his channel, because he's rereading in chronological order all the novels. And so he got to Dark Lord, Rise of Darth Vader, I believe, already. So I didn't see if he did a Kenobi yet. Yeah, and then there's many of us on Twitter that you can find that, can talk with you and point you to the right way or right book where you want to start the EU as well. So that's my take on that. So... yeah.
I find that once you start in the EU and you start putting some of these stories together and you filter them into the timeline that you know from like the movies and the things that you've seen, you can start to really paint a much broader picture. Like I must admit, I'm a bit like, I go over these books. Like I just love them, some of them so much that I could listen to them over and over again. Yes. Disagree. Sorry, I missed the beginning of what you were saying. I completely agree with what you were saying there at the end, though. My thoughts on the book: if I was going to rate it, let's say out of 10, I'd probably give this. Oh, it's a high number. It's an 8.5 at least, I think, for me. If not a 9. I don't know why I would. It's just, I don't know. I guess. It could have maybe been a little bit better, I guess, but it's such a great story in isolation. You've got just this, again, isolated story. It's very similar to what Palpatine was doing, and Obi-Wan realized that and controlled that situation so much differently than what was happening, in the Republic with Palpatine and everything. Now, there are elements that are different. Of course, Palpatine was a Sith, Force sensitive, and all of that sort of thing. Oren Galt isn't, but there's still similarities there.
Yeah, the dark side could still influence people, even if you're not trained or you're not very sensitive.
Absolutely. And it was Oren's fear that caused him to do everything that he did and all these little crimes that he committed.
Right.
It does take. I will agree with Greg in the fact that it does take a little bit to sort of really ramp this story up. It is a very, very slow-paced, isolated story, but that's, I must admit, something that I like about it. It's like, again, the first time I read it, and it opens up with the Tuscan raid happening, and Iyak's talking about the sons and the older son and the younger son and all of this kind of thing. And I was sitting there confused because I thought that she was talking about her children, but she's actually talking about the twin sons in the sky. There's an older and a younger son and all of that sort of thing. The number of times that I've read it now, obviously it makes a lot more sense, but just the way Obi-Wan goes through this story. And again, I want to point out, at the time that this book ends, it's been pretty much a year, maybe not even a year after the events of Revenge of the Sith. So essentially, no, it's 3 years from the moment the Tuscans were killed by Anakin. I know that much. Throughout the events of this is pretty much 3 years, but it's sort of within a year or a year after Revenge of the Sith. And Obi-Wan is already at this stable place where he's now content with his mission. He's content with what he's got to do. He has now faced essentially a local threat in the best possible way that he can think to do it, without necessarily revealing the fact that he's a Jedi or Greg.
Yeah, I know. I just started cracking up. I'm sorry. I was just like, you want to share it? It's funny.
Yes.
It gets 1 point for Kenobi sending his girlfriend to die on Alderaan.
Yeah.
That's a way to get
know.
Interfere on your mission.
And you never know. You got to remember that what happens on Alderaan is now 18 years after this, so she might not be there anymore. She might be off on because it was a what was it, like a bit of a botany sort of thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't
so
know
the
exactly.
is on Alderaan, but they send you off into various places in the galaxy to learn about species and other organisms and stuff. Very lazy system. Jeez.
Yeah, because I said I don't know why it's not getting that extra point. It's probably because it is like, it's not that action-packed book. Yeah, there are some great moments where Obi-Wan uses the Force, and you know, it's a very hidden thing, and then there's the epic final battle at the end, which is awesome, but it's still a very slow, isolated story, and that's exactly what this needs to be, because again, Obi-Wan gets to the point where he's content with now his life,
right,
and what his mission is and what he needs to do. Everything, not one thing has nothing to do with Luke. Everything has to do with Luke. The mission is Luke. He's there as a Jedi on a mission. And I love the way that this book just gets him from this point of where he's regretting his actions and he's hating himself and he hates the situation that he's in and he's lost all his friends. And then it gets to a point where he can finally say that everyone he knows is dead, right? And yeah, as much as it takes his breath away, he can now confront that, right? Whereas before he was interrupting his own meditation sessions going, no, I can't do this right now. Right. To the point where he can actually sit there and say, all my friends are dead. To a point where he's like, yes, all my friends are dead. I know what I need to do, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
It's a great story. Great story. And I highly recommend it. If, to be honest with you, if you didn't want to start with the Thrawn trilogy in the EU, I think this is a great isolated book to just a one-off, like because it just tells that story in between. You don't need anything else from it. You don't it drops.
Do you really think so? Because a lot of people come into Star Wars wanting more action.
I wouldn't recommend it. I'm saying I wouldn't recommend it. I'm just saying that if you wanted just this isolated story and it's just about Obi-Wan Kenobi and that's it, you could do that.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
I wouldn't recommend it because, again, it's not that action-packed. It's not that thrilling story.
Yeah.
It's just this isolated, little thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, fuck my dead friend. Yeah. Fuck my dead friend.
Yeah, just answer no, you're fine. I'm chilling on Tatooine, getting a suntan and protecting
yeah. But also too, it also gives you a little bit of explanation in regards to Obi-Wan looking older, in such a small space of time. There's some great Tuscan lore in there as well. There's some like I sort of said at the beginning of this or somewhere near the beginning of the review, to me, this book feels like it's Obi-Wan fixing the problems that Anakin created from Attack of the Clones when he killed all the Tuscans, right? It's that story to me. Obi-Wan's fixing that situation. And he even says, Padme, I always felt like Padme was never telling me the whole story when she told me the story about, he's obviously never had the conversation with Anakin either, based on that. It was Padme that was telling him why they were on Tatooine, but not Anakin, And obviously he knows that Anakin's mum died in that situation and everything, but there's so much to it that's really good. I love the way it ties that up, and I love the way it throws in little Easter eggs without nostalgia baiting the shit out of you in a way, as well. So that's pretty much it. I recommend it. I definitely recommend starting other places in the EU, but it's a good isolated story. And if you like the character of Obi-Wan, and especially with Obi-Wan coming out in 2 weeks, well, at least what they think they're going to be releasing Obi-Wan, it's going to be Jakey One Kenobi.
There, Jakey One, Jakey One, or Phoebe One, just like Open Tim says.
Yeah, that's right, Phoebe One. I like that actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it. Have you got anything more that you want to add?
Not really, other than, what I was thinking about, how we see in A New Hope, Kenobi saves, or Ben saves Luke from getting, basically killed by the Tuscans, and how he does the Tuscan or the Krayt Dragon call or whatever. And well, in the book, it's, Iraqi basically tells them towards the end, like in the conclusion, that, we'll leave the crazy wizard alone, because he just causes, it's just nothing but trouble and stuff. So we kind of give like a reason, or kind of like a thing of like, this is why the Tuscans flee and just leave him alone and stuff like that, is because of that as well. So, but on top of that, thank you again for having me on here. And, and it was fun. This almost 4.5 hours was a delight. Thank you so much. And next week I'll have coffee chat. So everything's going well now, and I'm expecting to produce a lot more videos now that my life is finally slowing down. So,
And one thing that I noticed Alora does too is she'll take things from audiobooks and put them out there for you. So on shorts as well. So go and check out Alora's channel, please. Everyone go and subscribe to Alora. I want to thank you, first of all, being that you're still here, for being on today. Again, I had this planned out for months, and I was hoping to have everyone here for the full duration, but unfortunately, like I said, it doesn't necessarily always turn out that way. Let me hit this. Brett, thank you very much for the super sticker. It's a cat going like this, I think, smiley face. So thank you, tongue sticking out. Appreciate that. I'd like to thank Matt as well for coming on. Unfortunately, his internet died just as we were getting to some of the best parts of it. I'm sure there'll be plenty more opportunities to have Matt on as well. I want to thank Anna for coming on earlier. If you want, you can all go over to the Jack Show. It is on her channel. She'll probably still be going right now, I would assume.
They go well.
But I want to thank her as well. I know that she's been covering a fair bit of Obi-Wan stuff with the leaks and watching her trailer reactions and all of that sort of thing. And despite, we were talking earlier about even you know, mentioning her reaction to the Luke Skywalker and everything. The one thing that I will say about Anna is, yeah, she'll get those nostalgia feels, and whether I'll refer to it as how I refer to it, she got nostalgia baited into having the feelings that she felt. She still sees the problems. She's not sitting there going, no, it's fucking good because I cried and because it was fucking awesome. No, she can see it for what it really is, despite the fact that she might get a bit of an emotional payoff from it. So that's why I really appreciate her point of view on a lot of these things. Ryan, I'm you know, he was bummed he couldn't make it. I was a little bummed that he couldn't make it. But again, there'll be plenty more opportunities for that as well. Please go and subscribe to all of these people. As for me, next week we'll have our normal casual rage. And then the week after, well, it depends on when the episodes drop. But the week after should be the first review of Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Already. Oh my God.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
Only 2 weeks away. Unbelievable. We've all seen Cecil fall off a chair. Yeah. What's new? Yes, we have. I remember that one where he's so hammered and it was on Ethan's channel and he blew it up just perfect in time and he just fought like great.
Oh my God.
Anyway, please subscribe, like, share, all of that stuff. And we'll see you next week for Casual Rage 81. Bye, guys.
A few minutes? Are you kidding? At the rate they're gaining?
No, what is it? You have to shoot this. Traveling through hyperspace is like Dustin Crop's kid. Without precise calculations, we fly too close to a store. They're bounce into a supermarket and then...
Yeah.
It'll be a hell of a mess.
What's that?
Watch. You're losing the deflector shields. Go strap yourselves in. Be careful on the way out.
Yeah, sure. I'm taking very cautious.
You go away.
We bounced too near a supermarket?
They came bounding over.